Episode 1 Ravina. Evasive maneuvers! A cry came from the command chair. The loud crashing of machinery rang from beneath, drowning out the unending blaster fire against the ship's hull as the starboard side gravitational oscillators jolted to full strength. The Scion barely missed the ship that was on a straight course for it. Sir, shields are down to 0%. Hull integrity is dropping rapidly, the chief engineer solemnly declared from his position at a large data station. What are they doing, Commander? The voice of the helmsman came from the front. I don't know, but keep your wits, Sergeant, everyone, the commander replied, gritting his teeth. He could see the fear on more than one face. He himself only kept his composure because he knew he must if they were going to make it out of this mess alive, if they were going to survive to see their families and friends once more. The voice of the navigator came next. Sir, another ship has turned course toward us. Again, the Scion's crew made a last-minute correction and avoided collision. This is complete madness, the commander thought to himself. We've got to get out of here, but they're surrounding us. Why? Wait, what is that? Came the voice once more of the navigator. By Lumina, Commander, it's... Aezic was finally in view of Ravina, the homeworld he had not seen for over 10 cycles. Known for its excavation, production, and exportation of Aetherium, an extremely strong metal usually used in shipbuilding. Ravina was a rocky and mountainous world, and cold, for it was located closer to the fringe than to Lumina, the great star of their solar system. For this reason, Aezic found himself on a rather long journey home aboard a passenger frigate, certainly not the fastest of ships, because he had been on Longbiru, another fringe world, which was at this time of the cycle quite far from Ravina. The Alliance transports were normally very full, and this one was no different. Aezic was, however, able to get a lot of rest during the deep space voyage, because he knew no one would disturb him for the whole ride, and not just because he was in the garb of a Free World Alliance military officer. Most, or all, while not sleeping as Aezic had, used the entertainment consoles, or the ECs, set up in each of the passenger stalls. These had any form of entertainment suitable to the device, to keep the passengers occupied during the long journey. Aezic had not bothered to boot his up since boarding the ship, since he had a harsh and nagging headache that could come out of nowhere, then go away just as quickly. So at the beginning of his trip, his mind was fuzzy, and he spent that time trying to piece together his thoughts. So far as he could come up with, he was on his way home on temporary leave, no doubt due to these headaches, he thought. After that, he slept for a while. Now nearing Ravina, Aezic turned on his entertainment console and flipped to a local news station that he couldn't have picked up until they had started to approach Ravina's local space. The approach and docking would still take a couple of hours. Has come up, the reporter began, since investigations began on how the fleet was rendered useless against the attack. Further, reports indicate that the attack coincided with the Tansorian Federation's blindside on the Alliance's renowned warship, the Scion. As many have speculated that the two attacks are related, and that the Tansorian Federation has now aligned with the Royal Ascendancy, Alliance officials are gathered as we speak discussing what steps to take next. Meanwhile, measures have already been put in place to ensure that another attack does not come upon Ravina. Aezic's heart nearly leapt out of his chest. He looked out of his window. He had noticed an awful lot of traffic around his home when he had got there, but it's been so long, he could hardly have called it out of the ordinary. So many of them are Alliance ships, he thought to himself now, after taking a closer look. The reporter continued, Since the arrival of Alliance reinforcements, many on-world have felt the most secure they have since the attack. Rescue and cleaning operations are already underway planet-wide. The newscast now began showing pictures of a ravaged world, helpless families split apart amongst the destruction and chaos. Aezic saw images of turmoil wrought in each corner of his planet, a major part of the free world, now nearly reduced to rubble in an instant. Aezic couldn't take any more and turned the entertainment console off. Now as they descended into the atmosphere, he could see the scars on his homeworld, even through its rocky and craggy surface. This must have happened very recently, he thought, or I would have heard about it already, especially with the Scion going down. Not even his family had told him anything, and they talked at least every few rotations. Last he heard from them, there was nothing going on out of the ordinary. Now he worried whether they were okay. He desired to know more, but didn't have the heart to turn the newscast back on, nor would he be able to have a conversation about it on the transport. He would have to wait until he got on world. For now, he pored over what he learned from the few moments of the newscast. Ravina was bombarded by the Royal Ascendancy, and the Tansorian Federation turned on the Free World Alliance and destroyed one of their warships, along with the crew, he had to assume. And whether or not the two were now aligned with each other, the Alliance was at war with both, particularly if the Royal Ascendancy had plans to finish what they started on Ravina. But ever since joining up with the Free World Alliance, Aezic was always sent to different systems, and so worried that he may not be called upon to help defend his own home. Although he was still a high-ranking member in the Ravinian military, the world's allegiance mandated that some like himself serve the Alliance military as well, and again in his case, serve them exclusively. The past 3 years, he and his crew had been patrolling the borders between Ascendancy and Alliance space, with relatively frequent dogfights breaking out in that time. He was happy to fight the Ascendancy, but would rather be protecting his home as well. This made him recall the reporters discussing the investigation into how the Alliance was so easily defeated at Ravina. Aezic wondered the same. His head was swimming once more when his transport finally docked on Ravina, in the large capital city of Cronus Prime in the Cronus state. Cronus was actually an enemy of Aezic's people, the state of Pania in antiquity, before Ravina entered the advanced space age and joined the Free World Alliance almost 2 centuries ago. The Alliance quickly put an end to the fighting amongst the Ravinians, bringing order, progress, and opportunities with their even more advanced technology. The states of Ravina then became more like regions, and one representative government was set up to be the world's voice in the larger governmental assembly of the Alliance. Aezic brushed his hand through his long, spiky brown hair, gathered his bags, and waited for the mass of people to unboard before he too departed the ship. It was not long after Ravina made contact with outside worlds that it became much of what it was now in Aezic's time. From the start, it was seen as an asset for its nearly impenetrable metal called Aetherium. It was something the Ravinians were well acquainted with even before reaching the space age, and their people were masters of harvesting and crafting it, as well as utilizing it in combat. Aezic himself was trained extensively in the use of an Aether Blade, a symbol of the Ravinian military. But as an officer of the Alliance, he was issued a concentrated plasma blade, an improvement over a regular plasma blade, which is indeed able to cut through Aetherium. Concentrated plasma weapons were very rare, as they were illegal for civilians in the Alliance and the Ascendancy, the 2 largest governments, and they were not even issued to non-officer members of the military. It was also one reason not many would dare cross an Alliance officer such as Aezic. The Cronus Prime spaceport was surprisingly empty, Aezic thought, for such a prominent city, especially since there was just a crisis, and there were so many ships in local space already. But once he left, he realized there were not very many people in Cronus Prime, period. Is it the same everywhere else, he wondered? He quickly made his way to the nearby grav bike rental shop, where the stocky owner eyed him warily. He knew the salesman would recognize him as the son of Ravina due to his lavender eyes, a telling Ravinian feature, and so he did recognize Aezic as such, and eventually pointed him to a grav bike he didn't hate, A Vector VX4, an older model, but a vector is a vector, as they say. Aezic pulled his trioptics over his eyes, kicked the ignition, and sped toward his home in Panya, a couple thousand miles away. The lilac skies of Ravina, so familiar to Aezic, were instead a dark, hazy red as he tore through the cool mountain ridges at an incredible speed. He was surprised how well the rental handled, especially coming from Cronus, he thought. As much as he loved a good grav bike, it didn't do much to console his frantic mind. He thought only of his family, 2 sisters, a brother, and his parents, as well as his friends and neighbors. Every place he passed in this once bustling economic center was now more like a ghost town. Was his home ravaged in the same way? The enormity of it all began to hit him. How could the Ascendancy strike so decisively against one of our most valuable worlds? He asked himself again and again. His mind for strategy was what earned him his rank at such a young age, but right now he couldn't think. Aezic was still feeling acute yet short-lived headaches ever since beginning the trip here from Lonvira. He had to drive extra cautiously because of them. Aezic eventually began to wind through a deep and familiar canyon, then finally made it to his home of Shefla in Panya, a beautiful city built into the cliffsides. Of the very few towns spared, he knew that it wouldn't be one of them, but his heart sank when he saw it nonetheless. He ascended on the grav bike a couple dozen stories, then after parking the bike in a hangar on the cliffside, made his way down the main road. From what he saw, Shefla was no different than the other ravaged villages. He hurriedly headed to his family's home, and threw wide the already open door on his way in. "Ma? Pa?" he shouted. "You here? Asta? Azor? Ama?" His voice died off. "Anybody?" He received no answer. The house was empty, abandoned it looked like, willingly or unwillingly. It means they could all be among the casualties. He tried to put the thought out of his mind and returned to the grav bike. Not far down the street he saw another man, whom he thought he recognized, but not by name. "Excuse me, sir," Aezic began as he neared the man. "Aye," he said with a salute. "How can I be of service?" "I'm looking for information on the whereabouts of the Aezic Zin family," Aezic replied. "They live just down the road there. Would you happen to know if they are still here, or point me to someone who might? I am their son." "By Lumina, young Aezic," the man said in exclamation. "It's Yerda from the refinery. I hardly recognized you with that officer's coat on." He referred to Aezic's military-issued paracloak, a large synth-cloth shroud that covered most of the large young man's physique. It was made specifically for descending from high places, and could also cover the face. It had the symbol of the Alliance emblazoned on the back, and his rank showed from 2 silver bars across both shoulders of the paracloak. "Yerda, yes," Aezic repeated, remembering the man now. "It's good to see you again, though I wish it were under better circumstances." "Yes," Yerda answered, "and I'm so sorry. Last I heard, no one has seen your parents or any of your siblings since everything happened. I wish I could give you better news for your homecoming. We lost so many in the initial bombardment and all the disasters that followed. Once the Alliance began sending aid, people quickly began fleeing off-world, fearing the Ascendancy would be back again. But I guess you probably know all that, given what you do." "Actually, I just learned about all this when I arrived, only earlier this rotation," Aezic replied. "We usually aren't told much that doesn't pertain to our own assignments. How long ago did this take place?" "It's been 12 local rotations now," Yerda said. Quickly doing the math in his head, Aezic was shocked. The attack on Ravina was one thing, but even more he couldn't understand how he had not heard about the attack on the Scion after so long. That news should have reached his crew immediately, and supposedly it happened the same time as this attack. What is going on here, he thought. "Well," Yerda began, seeing Aza was lost in thought, "perhaps your best bet to find your family is to see if they grabbed a transport off-world. Hey, you alright?" Aezic was grabbing at his head and grimacing. Yes, you're right, he answered after the painful headache ceased. And I'm fine, just a headache that keeps returning. Thank you for your help, Yurda. And it's good seeing you again. Stay safe. You too, Aezic, Yurda saluted as he left. And maybe go see a medic about those headaches. Aezic decided to take Yurda's first advice and go back to Cronus Prime, where the Free World Alliance's planetary embassy was located, the place where all matters of government were handled for Ravina. All records of off-world travel would be held there. Before leaving, though, he went back to his old home to take one more look around for any clues as to what may have happened. More calmly searching through the rooms, he still didn't notice anything that would hint at when his parents and siblings were last around. In fact, it seemed to him that the residence was already vacant for some time before the attack supposedly happened. His father's Aether Blade was also missing. It could have been looters, he thought, but it could also mean they escaped. But why wouldn't they return after everything was over? Leaving the house, he mounted the Vector VX4 grav bike and sped back through the canyon toward Cronus Prime. While going through the mountains, Aezic had another sharp headache, which nearly sent him off the grav bike. Once he recomposed himself, he saw someone approaching from the other direction. With his tri-optics, he could tell from a distance that it was another member of the Alliance military. A moment later, and the soldier was close enough for the tri-optics to run a bioscan and start determining who it was. As the two neared one another, Aezic beckoned to the other rider and came to a stop. The other soldiers stopped near him. By that time, the tri-optics had finished their analysis, showing the other person to be a female sergeant named Vala Rees, serving on the security crew aboard the Triptych, which was currently assigned to the defense of Ravina. Looks like she checks out, Aezic thought. Report, Sergeant, Aezic started. What are you doing out here? Why aren't you with your crew? Lieutenant, sir, Sergeant Rees replied. I saw you back in Cronus and noticed you didn't seem well. I went to my commander with this and he directed me to make sure you're alright. It seems a good thing I did, too. Aezic was a little surprised that a random soldier would want to go out of her way for such a thing, and even more so that she was given the okay to do it. I appreciate your concern, but there's nothing to worry about. I'm fine, just working through a headache. You should return to your commander. Well, I apologize, sir, Vala answered, detecting the dismissiveness in Aezic's tone. I was just concerned about the well-being of a superior I saw who was alone. I will go back to Cronus and leave you to your business. She restarted her grav bike. Aezic chastised himself for being so rude to someone clearly just trying to help. No, I'm sorry. I should be thanking you for your concern. I'm returning to Cronus as well. Let's ride together. Yes, sir. Vala smiled and pulled her own tri-optics over her eyes. As the two bolted across the rough landscape, they each discussed what they were up to on Ravina. I'm here on temporary leave, Aezic said. This is my home. I'm from Panya, where I just was. It's destroyed like everything else, and I have no idea what happened to my family. I just found out about everything that happened here when I got to local space earlier this rotation. Now I need to get to the embassy and see if they have any record of my family going off-world. I'm sorry to hear about your family, Vala replied. I hope they're alright. A lot of people did escape off-world, so it's a good possibility they did too. My crew arrived shortly after the attack to reinforce Ravina in case of another attack. We just ended our first watch and got on world for a break last rotation. They have us doing some light work helping citizens until we go back out to local space. But that's why I was able to come find you. I really do appreciate your concern, Aezic repeated, and I'm sorry I was so harsh at first. This whole thing still has me a bit shaken up. I understand, Vala replied, and there's no need to apologize. If you need to look at transport records, we should go see my commander, Sergeant Major Ravim. He knows the head of transport quite well and can probably get you in to see him immediately. In that case, I'm really glad to have run into you, Aezic answered. Please, take me to your commander, Ravim. The conversation made the trip to Cronus seem much faster than the trip to Panya. Cronus, too, like Shefla, was built into the side of a cliff, but the main part of the city spanned the top. Once in the world's capital, the two soldiers headed for the embassy, where the large military barracks was also located. Within the barracks, they entered the officers' wing, where Commander Ravim was given an office while on world. Aezic and Vala entered and saluted. "Commander," Vala said, "this is Lieutenant Zin, Commander of the Valiant." Ravim was already standing in salute as well, immediately recognizing a superior walk in the door. "He needs to get in touch with the off-world transport office. Can you help?" Ravim was more than happy to accommodate. "Of course, Sergeant. Thank you for bringing me to him. I'd be happy to help. Let's go visit Brel right now. His office isn't far from here." The three of them walked down the vast and wide hallway filled with doors. "So, you're the commander of the Valiant?" Brel asked as they made their way. "You've seen a lot of action on the front, haven't you?" "You could say that," Aezic replied. "We really haven't been out there that long." "Longer than most," Ravim said. "Longer than most ever will. I really respect soldiers like you who really go through it." "Thanks," Aezic answered. "It really is nothing, though. I go where they send me, just like you. And by the looks of things, you might be on the front now, too." "Duly noted," Ravim chuckled. The three soldiers entered a tube-like system. "Brel's office is just outside the elevator, once we get to the embassy." They were enclosed in a semi-hard membrane, which then shot through the tube at a rather high speed, transporting them from the barracks offices directly to the embassy. Just as Ravim said, once they stepped out of the elevator, they were outside the door of the transport office. Upon entering, an older man with a thin nose and even thinner blonde hair looked up from his desk, and then gave a large, thin grin. "Ah, Sergeant Major Ravim, a pleasant surprise. And Sergeant Rees, if I recall. And who is the other one with you?" "Nice to see you too, Brel, as always," Ravim said jovially. "This is Lieutenant Aezic Zin." Brel saluted. "A pleasure to meet you, sir." "And you," Aezic saluted back. "Lieutenant Zin is from Ravina," Ravim continued. "He just came back here on leave, and he is looking for information on his family. He'd like to see if there is any record of them going off-world since everything happened. Actually," Aezic added, "if you don't mind, I would like to look at records going back a few rotations before the attack, just in case." "Of course, absolutely," Brel replied, pulling up a visual of all the transport history for the planet. "Are you looking for others named Zin?" "That's right," Aezic said. "Avon or Denena, perhaps. Or try Asta, Azor, or Ama." "Wow, there are 4 of you?" Vala asked, surprised. "You don't hear that often." "Ravinians used to be known for large families," Aezic answered. "It's not so common anymore, and not nearly like before. Before our space age, 4 was below average." Vala was astonished, yet intrigued. Brel put in the information, and they all saw the visual dwindle to nothing. "Sorry, Lieutenant," he started. "Only a handful of Zins in the last 20 rotations. None going by those names. Doesn't look like any Zins rented a ship in that time frame either." Now what? Aezic thought. He didn't know what he should do next. He already hit a dead end. "I see. Thank you for your help, Brel." "Sure," Brel replied. "I really wish I could have done more." "Why don't you come back to my office, and we can think of some next steps," Ravim suggested. "Thank you," Aezic answered, "but I think I'm going to return to Panya and start there. Last I heard from them, they had no plans of leaving the region. Thank you again for all your help. It has at least narrowed my search down quite a bit." "I'm glad to be of service, Lieutenant," Ravim said. Aezic began to leave the embassy. "Wait," Vala called. "Commander, do I have permission to escort the lieutenant?" "I appreciate it," Aezic cut her off. "But I think I'd like to be alone for a little while." Of course, sir," Vala replied. "Farewell, then." She gave a salute, and Aezic left. As he departed the embassy, Aezic's hope was quickly draining. He had no clues to go off of as to where his family may have been, if not in Shefla or off-world, but he would exhaust any possible lead to find them. Returning to the VX-4, Aezic began the journey once more to Panya. But just as he left the outskirts of Cronus Prime, two people on grav bikes appeared in his path. Aezic slowed down until reaching them, then hovered cautiously at a safe distance. "Identify yourselves," he said emotionlessly, his hand instinctively going to his concentrated plasma pistol. "You've been quite busy since coming to Ravina, Lieutenant," one of the men said. "I won't ask again. Identify yourselves," Aezic repeated. "And why are you following me?" "We keep track of everything that happens on this planet," the same man said. Aezic figured the other must be a subordinate. The one speaking was tall, nearly standing eye to eye with him. "I'm searching for some people from Panya," Aezic replied. "I'm on my way there now." "You won't find them," the man stated plainly. Aezic didn't know what to say. "Many from Panya are gone. They were taken captive by the Ascendancy." "How do you know this?" Aezic asked, astonished. "We saw it," the man answered. "There was nothing we could do to stop it, so we waited and helped those that were left." "Helped who?" Aezic asked again. "Those left in the towns?" "Yes," the man replied. "There were so few that we brought most of them together in Animov. It was relatively untouched." "But I was already at Shefla," Aezic said. "There are still people there." "If I were you," the man started, "I wouldn't trust anyone left in the towns." "And why should I trust you?" Aezic asked, wary of this man and his associates' intent. "You still haven't told me who you are." "If you're going to ask us that," the man said, "you ought to tell us your name first." "I am a lieutenant of the Free World Alliance, Aezic Zin." "Indeed," the man said with a smile. "We know who you are. And I am Zario Launer, lieutenant of the Ravinian military. It's good to have you back on world, Lieutenant. But obviously we have a lot of work to do. Let's get going to Animov." Beyond Lumina, Episode 2, Infiltration. The bridge of the Scions sparked nearly lifelessly as it drifted through space. As the large warship was torn apart, the emergency systems sealed the bridge and emergency life support kicked in. Of the 5 members of the bridge, only the commander, the helmsman, and the chief engineer were safe. The navigator was nearest to the breach on the bridge and was pulled into space before the bridge was sealed. The security chief, seated next to the navigator, was gravely injured from the impact. The commander tended to him as the others tried to improve their situation, to no avail. "Communications are down, sir," the engineering officer announced. "I'm not sure if there are any friendlies out there to hear us anyway," the helmsman replied, who had been looking out of the unbroken part of the bridge's viewport. They were drifting further and further from Sor, the planet they had been orbiting when the attack came, and there were no longer any other ships in their vicinity, nor did their nav array work to be able to confirm or deny they were alone. Their attackers had fled local space right after the Scion was destroyed. They must have assumed we couldn't survive such an attack, the commander thought. But he didn't think they would have survived such an attack either. No doubt it was the strength of the great warship that kept them safe for the time being. The security chief coughed painfully. Now he was quickly losing consciousness. "Jay, hold on," the commander said. The medical kit on the bridge was simply not enough to mend his wounds. They needed the rest of the ship, which was now floating debris. Now the security chief's only hope was a dramatic rescue at the last moment. But the commander already knew, based on their circumstances, how futile that thought was. Just then the helmsman spotted something through the viewport. "Hold on, is that a ship?" he asked the rest of the crew. The chief engineer walked over next to him. He squinted as the object rapidly approached. "You're right," he said with some excitement in his voice. "I think it is a ship." The security chief let out a chuckle the commander knew well. His own face was very grave. The ride to Animov took Aezic and the 2 Ravinian soldiers into the cold and high mountain peaks toward the northern pole of Ravina. As a son of Ravina, Aezic was used to low temperatures, but even for all their hardiness, Animov was an unlivable region before the space age. Then the Free World Alliance's technology allowed them to create livable conditions within the mountains, a way of living the Ravinians were quite used to. Still, very few actually lived in the region, for there was not much reason for Ravinians to move to such a place. Those that lived there normally were those with some specific reason for being there, mostly military or scientific reasons. Now it seemed it was serving as a bunker for a large portion of the remaining population. "Most of the Ravinian military is gathered here," Zario said, as they flew toward the settlement. "A few others are scattered, trying to find what they can about the security breach and the whereabouts of the captives." "And my brother?" Aezic was only partially paying attention, his mind occupied with his family. But his brother was also a Ravinian soldier, and so it was possible this high-ranking officer knew where he was. "I'm sorry, we're not sure," Zario said. "We lost contact with a lot of our people off-world once the attack came, Azor included." Aezic felt like he was eluded at every possible step. Just one solid lead, and I would take it, he thought. "Just up ahead, we're here," Zario finally said. Aezic was a little relieved. The thermals in his synth plate and paracloak were exceptional, but it takes much more than that to fight the biting cold of the Ravinian north. They entered a large and deep metallic tunnel built into the side of a cliff, which eventually brought them to a massive underground settlement. The artificial lighting high on the ceiling nearly gave the illusion of being back in the cloudless skies of Ravina. Aezic could see a lot of people here, civilians, and some hope returned. It was the most people he'd seen in one place since docking on Ravina. "We gotta go up to see the captain," Zario said. "He's eager to speak with you." "Captain who?" Aezic asked. This was the first time Zaryo mentioned a superior still being here. The way he had made it sound, the military was all but annihilated or scattered during the attack. Strange again, Aezic wondered, that our remaining forces wouldn't have returned after the battle had ended either. Captain Alderon, you know him? Zaryo asked. No, Aezic replied. He could have just been a lieutenant when I was last here, Aezic thought. The name sounded Ravinian to him, at least. Not that it mattered so much anymore. Their population had become quite a mix of races in the last 2 centuries, that it was certainly not uncommon to see other races who were proud Ravinians serving in the military. It was less common to see high-ranking officers that were not Ravinian by blood, but that too was slowly changing as the cycles passed. They ascended on their grav bikes until they were at the highest level of the complex, where a large building sat near the edge. They parked and entered the building, which was the captain's quarters for both private and public affairs. Captain Alderon was in his office when the 3 soldiers arrived. Lieutenant Zin, the captain said immediately as they entered. I am Captain Deroy Alderon. It is good to see you back on Ravina. Our land could use all the help she can get right now. Of course, Captain, Aezic said. I'm ready to serve however I can. I ask, though, that you allow me first to find out whether my family is here with you or not. I am sorry, Lieutenant, Captain Alderon replied. I had checked this in preparation for your arrival, and it seems that none of them are here in the complex. Aezic tried not to show his emotion, but it was difficult as he continued to run out of options. There were reports earlier on, however, the captain continued, that your brother and his crew were still alive out there somewhere on their cruiser. But I don't want to give you any false hope. I appreciate it, sir, Aezic said. That was the first good news he had received since coming back to Ravina. So, was there something you would have me do, now that I'm on world, Captain? Well, Captain Deroy Alderon started, pertaining to our current situation, we do in fact have a lead. We've confirmed reports of an unknown outpost located somewhere on the other side of Animov, which is sending signals somewhere near local space. They're masking the signal, so it's hard to pinpoint where it's going, but if we can get in there, we can find where they are relaying the signal. Now that you're here, we finally might have the strength to do it. Point out the location, Aezic quickly answered. I'll head there now. Easy, Lieutenant, the captain said. I know you want to find your family, but you're still a soldier, and I need you to go into this with a clear head if I'm going to send others with you. Of course, Aezic apologized. I'm sorry, but I'm ready to do what I need to. And who do you have in mind to come with me? Captain Alderon motioned toward Zaryo and the other soldier. Lieutenant Launer and his crew will accompany you. That is, if you're okay with handing over command to Lieutenant Zin for a while. I still expect you to work together, however. He said this last part to Aezic. Sure, I don't mind, Zaryo said. We'll get along great. We're going to really give it to these guys. The captain briefed the 3 soldiers on what they would be doing, and it was simple. Gain access to the enemy outpost, preferably covertly, then discover where they are sending their signal to. If they could, they would try to discover what the content of the signal was as well. After the mission briefing, Aezic and the others left, and Zaryo took him to meet the other members of his own team that would be joining them. Sorry for not introducing you this whole time, Zaryo said, pointing to the other soldier. He doesn't talk much. This is my right-hand man, Sergeant Major Maddox Valanth. Pleasure, Maddox said shortly. They quickly made it to the others, who were in a makeshift barracks not far from the captain's quarters. This is Sergeant Major Hawk and Sergeants Filini and Usion, and these are Valanth's subordinates, Sergeants Mecca and Argyle. Each saluted Aezic in turn. Good to meet you all, Aezic said. Looks like the fate of Ravina is in our hands. What do you say? I say I've been waiting too long to find some royal scum to introduce to my Aether Blade, Sergeant Usion rumbled. Yeah, I agree, Sergeant Filini said. I felt useless ever since the attack. I'm ready to do something. After laying out a plan for the following rotation, the crew went to their quarters to get some sleep before they began. Aezic was given private quarters in the military section of the bunker. He was pretty worn from all the anxiety of the day, but he still couldn't get to sleep, and the headaches that continued to plague him every so often did not help. Aezic barely had any time to return to his initial pondering over the events just prior to boarding the civilian transport to Ravina. He was too busy with everything happening to his home and his family. But his mind was still fuzzy, especially on the details of the days before he came back. Maybe I should just ask one of the crew, he thought. He meant the rest of the crew of the Valiant. I expect they all went on leave too. I guess I probably should check in with Keegan, or at least Cap, make sure I'm actually supposed to be on leave. Before finally dozing off, he sent a quick message to both his second in command and his commander. It was quiet in Cronus Prime, probably quieter than the city had ever been in its long history. Above the skyline hovered a grav bike, an Alliance soldier perched on top. Vala reclined back and stretched, two uncut knots of long blonde hair cascading down past the machine's undercarriage. This is the most boring leave ever, she thought. They had one more rotation before they were back on duty for a while, and at this point, Vala couldn't wait to get back on the triptych. I really wish Aezic Zin would have let me go with him. Definitely beats hanging around here. She was currently shirking as much of the cleanup duty as she could. She had Aezic on her mind for other reasons too. She wanted to convince him to stick around with them at Cronus, but she could hardly do that if his goal was to avoid everyone. If only I could give him some news of his family, maybe I could get him to listen. I don't think I'll be able to find anything like that. She felt pretty bad for him. He seemed way out of sorts. Or maybe it just seemed that way, but what I know. Vala, a voice came from below, from the top of one of the nearby buildings. It was Sergeant Major Ravina. Would you like to join us today? He had obviously been looking for her unsuccessfully for a while, judging by his less than sunny tone. Yes, sir, sorry, she replied, straddled the grav bike, and cruised down to her commander. Vala followed Ravina, not just because he was her superior, but also because he was her mentor, perhaps the person she looked up to the most in this universe. Come on, Ravina continued. We're going to check out something in Penya. The new rotation began early for Aezic and the rest of his new crew, who were already prepped and on their way to the other side of Animal. Aezic wasn't willing to waste any time, and the rest of the crew seemed to feel the same. He hadn't received anything back from either of his comrades that he had contacted before he got to sleep. But if Kastian is on leave, he thought, then I may not get a hold of him for a while. His subordinate was known for disappearing while off duty, as he was one who liked to indulge in the fancier and more active life of a wealthy member of the free world. Kastian had come from such a life, so Aezic didn't fault him much, and he was nonetheless a loyal sidekick to him any time he was needed. It was a little more strange that the captain hadn't gone back to him, but there could be 1,000 reasons for that, and Aezic had bigger things to worry about at the moment. The 8-man squad wound their way through cold mountains until they eventually neared the other side of the planet. The whole way around, Animov was very similar, cold, rocky, and barren. But they were coming up on the coordinates for the unknown outpost. Okay, are you all ready? Aezic asked the rest of the group. They all gave the affirmative. Okay, Mecha, Zarya said. You're up first. Get us in there. Argyle, cover her. The 2 sergeants from Valen's team made their way stealthily towards the barely visible outpost. They were the members of this elite force best suited for such a task. They also had 2 heavily modified effector nightcrawlers, grav bikes that were already suited for silence. Everything seemed to be going well as they crept closer to a small vent that would lead to a facility underground. Through their tri-optics, the rest of the crew could see them clearly from their vantage point in the distance, even though ashy snow had started falling pretty heavily once they began to get near the location. Mecha and Argyle reached the vent, made quick work of the cover, then swiftly slipped in. Mecha would try to infiltrate the operations room without alerting any guards, while Argyle kept her path clear. The other 6 crew members waited for a long time with no signal, and they began to grow anxious. "It's been way longer than planned," Zaryo said. "We need to go in there after them." "They haven't tried to make contact at all," Aezic replied. "Is that normal?" "No, Lumina, it's not normal," Zaryo said. "Or, I don't know. They could have been blindsided for all we know." Aezic couldn't see any sign that there was unusual activity at the base, although there wasn't much activity visible at all from their location. "Okay, let's go with Plan B," he finally said. The group then mounted their grav bikes and made their way down to the main entrance, a thick Aetherium door. One moment. Aezic drew and ignited his concentrated plasma blade, then slowly started cutting through the reinforced door. A look of envy passed over Sergeant Usian's face as he admired the powerful weapon. In about a minute, Aezic had cut a large hole through the door. Then Usian threw his large foot against it, knocking it in. Immediately, plasma pistol fire surrounded the 2 soldiers. Aezic quickly drew his concentrated plasma pistol from near his shoulder and fired it down what he assumed to be a corridor where their attackers were waiting. Usian took a few shots, but his aether plate soaked up the damage while he got out of the line of fire. The other 4 were beginning to engage the enemies with their own plasma weapons. Valanth carried a plasma rifle, a larger and more powerful ranged weapon, which he handled expertly. What Aezic found strange, however, was that the sergeant major didn't carry an aether blade, probably the only member of the Ravinian military he's seen without one. It was the first weapon a soldier in Ravina learned to use. Much of the time they had already learned as a child. But he couldn't doubt his skill with a plasma rifle. It wasn't long before they were no longer being fired upon, and so Usian peeked in to see what was happening. He saw nothing, so they advanced into the outpost. They had done a lot of damage inside during the firefight, and it looked like they wounded a couple of the soldiers inside, but it seemed they all fled. The crew cautiously crept farther in with no more resistance, until they came to the door which was supposedly the operations room. Just as they reached the door, the outpost began to shake and a loud rumbling was heard from nearby. Usian once more threw himself through the locked door, taking it clean off its hinges. The group rushed in with their weapons drawn, but saw Mecha and Argyle staring at them from the other side. "I thought you wanted to do this quietly," Argyle said calmly. "Why didn't you make contact with us after the time window passed?" Aezic asked straightforwardly. "Sorry, sir," Mecha replied. "Stealth can be a slow process sometimes. We didn't think you'd barge in like that before trying to contact us. Everything was going smoothly." In the room with them were what appeared to be 3 very frightened operators, not combat-trained military. They're definitely ascendancy, Aezic thought, looking at their uniforms. They were standard non-military personnel uniforms, a sleek gray with crimson accent. "The guards all retreated," Mecha said, "when you made your grand entrance. They left these poor fools for us." "We only need 1 to take back," Zaryo said. "Get rid of the others." The 3 operators began to panic even more. Aezic looked at him a little surprised. "No, they all come back as prisoners." Zaryo met Aezic's stare, then thought better than to stir up trouble over something like this. "Fine, but one of them is riding back with you." "That's fine," Aezic replied, then changed the subject. "What have you found here?" "Well," Mecha began, "we were able to discover where the signal was being sent, but we weren't able to decrypt it. One of those might be able to help with that." She motioned to the 3 operators. "Let's get them and the information back to the bunker and figure out where we're going next." The crew cleared the outpost, and Usian destroyed it with explosives, annihilating everything inside. They then made their way back to the bunker. The return trip was quieter than the trip there, and Aezic wondered if it was because he had overruled the group's real commander. but he wasn't going to let Ravinian soldiers hurt non-military who had surrendered. That was another surprise for him, but if they were also worried about their loved ones, he couldn't fault them too much. When they arrived, Captain Otteron was glad to see everything went well. These were the men running the relay at the outpost, Zario told his commander. Maybe you can get one of them to tell you what data they were sending. He turned to the operators. Better to tell us now than to wait until we find out at the other location. Looking at the data they brought back, the group pinpointed the signal's destination on a map, and it pointed to an asteroid and a cluster of asteroids near the border to deep space. Well done, all of you, Captain Otteron said. Now, when you're ready, take the runner to that outpost and see what you can find out about our people. I'll deal with these. He motioned toward the operators. I know you want in, Zin, so you lieutenants will have to co-op this mission again. No problem, Zario replied first. Aezic was a little relieved. Yeah, Aezic said. We're ready to go too. The rest agreed, and they made their way to the hangar where the runner, one of the few Ravinian cruisers left, was docked. Now, Captain Otteron said to the operators once the crew had left, we have many ways to get the information we want without resorting to violence. He smiled. Shall we see what options are available to you? The operators looked at one another, dreading what awaited. Soon the crew had the runner prepared and ready for space, and they began undocking. As the others were a full crew, they took their respective positions on board. Hawk was the helmsman, Valanth the navigator, Mecca, Argyle, and Usion headed security, and Philony was the engineer. They took no supporting crew, as they wanted to be able to maneuver more easily once at the enemy's outpost, so they stayed in their small force. Aezic thought they were rather unorthodox in how they handled the ship, but it seemed to work for them. It should be a pretty quick trip, but it's in the open, Valanth said. We're not going to have much cover as we approach. They're going to see us coming light years away, Zario added. Based on the size of the asteroid, the outpost can't be that big, Aezic said. It shouldn't be much harder to take than the last one, assuming they haven't already gotten reinforcements. He was chastising himself for being so quick to barge into the last outpost. We may have made it out without alerting the guards, he thought. That would have probably made this a whole lot easier. Soon the runner neared a small group of asteroids, among which was the outpost they hoped would hold more answers about where their people were taken. Get all of their names, assign a number to anyone who doesn't check out, and put them on the transport. And be sure you know what you're doing, Sergeant Major Robin said to his subordinates, Bala, and his other sergeant named Maloon, along with their teams of soldiers. The soldiers quickly began sorting through all the people they had rounded up in the small town in Panya. All were there, men, women, children, elderly. The soldiers were thorough. Sir, Bala reported, looks like we found some more. Good. Load them up and let's get on to the next location, Robin replied. Several people of all ages were placed on the transport they had come in, which already held people from previous stops. Once they were in, the soldiers filed in and the crew sped off for another town. Does it ever end? Bala asked her commander on the way to the next site. Not in my experience, no, he replied. But I suppose that's why you enlisted in the first place. He looked at her. For justice, right? Beyond Lumina, Episode 3, Asteroid Outpost. The commander awoke groggily and tried to get his bearings. His surroundings were dark and unfamiliar. The last thing he remembered, their attackers had returned for them, and he was out after they successfully cut into the bridge. They got us then, the commander thought. They must have poisoned us. Looking around, two shapes became clearer to him in the dim light. It was the helmsman and the chief engineer. They still looked to be unconscious. If we're still alive, they must want us for something. The commander didn't see the security chief with them. He hoped he was okay, but he knew that was just wishful thinking. Most likely they left him on the bridge to die. But I guess we already knew we were doomed. The helmsman began to stir, then groaned from a headache, an effect of whatever had knocked them out. "Yarg, you okay?" the commander asked his subordinate, as he tried to crawl closer to him and the chief engineer. The commander struggled to move. It seems the poison's affecting our motor control too, he thought. Yarg, the helmsman, groaned again, trying to get into a sitting position. "Yeah, I guess so," he eventually replied. Then he too looked around. "Hey, Wabu," he called to the chief engineer, still passed out next to him. After he shook him a few times, the chief engineer also began to wake. Where are we?" he asked. "On our way to a prison, probably," the commander answered. "We are of some value to them, alive, apparently." Then Wabu, the chief engineer, trailed off. "It seems so," the commander solemnly affirmed. "With the rest of the crew going down with the ship," Yarg said, "we're the only ones left." "And I don't think there is anywhere for us to go now," the commander replied, "even if we could somehow escape. But I don't see that happening either." "I don't understand what's going on here," Wabu said. "Perhaps that will become clearer once we reach our destination," the commander responded, not in a way that connoted any eagerness. The veteran spacers then felt a distinct shift in the ship's field that meant they had left deep space and were now near some planet. "How long were we out?" Wabu asked. "Where did they bring us?" "I'm sure that will become clearer soon, too," the commander answered. Sergeant Vala Rees stared out the viewport of the transport as the rocky Ravinian landscape blurred past them. Her commander, Sergeant Major Ravim, sat across from her, doing the same. There had been another groundquake while they were in Panya, due to the Ascendancy's bombardment many rotations ago. They were much fewer now, but at first the groundquakes were almost a rotational occurrence. Not just the people are in rebellion, Vala thought, but even the land. This rotation had been rough on her, rounding up so many people who seemed innocent. But she knew that these people were confirmed to be fighting against the Free World Alliance and the people of Ravina, and they may have potentially played some role, even a large one, in assisting the Royal Ascendancy in their attack. "This is why I joined the military," she said to herself, "because of traitors." Vala knew the damage that could be done by those who had betrayed their own people. Her own homeworld of Raiu was set back centuries developmentally, when it nearly tore itself in two after joining the Free World Alliance. If it weren't for the Alliance's aid, she thought, we certainly would have destroyed each other. Raiu was a relatively barren world, not much to see, but its location near Lumina put it in a good position to be a prominent trade world within the Alliance. It was since renewed and slowly began to grow once more, again due to their participation in the Alliance. The few times she had been home since enlisting, Vala had received high praise and special treatment, as any Alliance soldier would, and she was proud to serve in the Alliance military, and it made her family proud as well, who had lost a great deal generations earlier during the World Civil War. Even she, so long after the true conflict, had lost a great deal due to the divisions that still remained. Though there were still some in Rayayu, just like in Ravina, who opposed the alliance, she knew that no situation could please all people, even on a smaller world like her home. There were just some who did not want order, peace, and justice, she told herself. But these days, people who thought like that usually stayed quiet. As Commander Ravim says, though, Vala thought, when they do act, we too must act. Just over the next ridge, Vala could see rising cliffs that bore Ravina's capital of Cronus Prime on its summit, and she prepared to escort the new prisoners. Okay, just up ahead, Aezic said, pointing to one of the larger asteroids as they entered the field. Everyone get ready for a fight. Always ready, Usian rumbled, clanging his large aether blade against his aether plate. The asteroid that held the outpost was just ahead, and the runner was approaching quickly, as its crew knew that they would have no advantage other than a quick strike. All that was visible from outside the asteroid was an empty docking port. It would have been almost impossible to see it if they didn't know it was there. The rest of the outpost was inside the asteroid. Sergeant Major Hawk expertly flew the cruiser right to their front door and quickly anchored to the outpost. Aezic once more drew his concentrated plasma blade and began cutting much more easily through the non-aetherium docking port door. In a few seconds he was through, and again Usian busted through the cut-out piece of metal, and the team flooded the outpost. They were quickly met with plasma blasts in return, but Sergeant Usian's large aetherium-covered body blocked much of the enemy fire. Aezic, taking point next to the big man, was able to absorb a lot of the other plasma pistol shots with his superior weapon. Behind them, the others shot through gaps as they moved forward like one well-tuned machine. The soldiers in the outpost were indeed ascendancy, and they were formidable, but Aezic and Zario's elite strike force was more than they could handle. In the first hallway alone, they were able to take out several of the enemy's forces, which caused them to retreat deeper into the outpost. "Alright, stay with the ship, Hawk," Zario said. "Everyone else, let's go." The rest of the team, excluding Hawk, recomposed themselves and moved forward into the outpost. The Ascendancy seemed to be utilizing as much of the asteroid as possible, as the group felt it was much larger than it should have been. Without seeing any more enemy soldiers, the team came upon a fork in the road, and without an exact floor plan, had to split into two groups. "Okay," Zario said. "I'll go with Usion and Filini. Zin, why don't you take the others?" "Right, sounds good," Aezic replied. He, Valenth, Mecca, and Argyle went left, and Zario, Usian, and Filini went to the right. Aezic and his group ended up in a corridor with several doors. Aezic signaled for the others to be cautious and approached the first door they came upon. Sergeant Major Maddox Valenth prepared to fire as Aezic counted down on his hand, then swung the door open as silently as possible. It was just a storage room. Aezic went across the hall to the next door, and again quickly swung it open, with Valenth's plasma rifle aimed inside. Another empty room. The next two rooms were the same. Then there was some commotion down toward the way they had come, where the others were, and it sounded like fighting. They looked at one another. "Let me go check that out," Valenth said. "I'll be right back." Aezic nodded. "Go." Valenth then looked over and gave a quick nod to his subordinates, which they returned. Then he disappeared quickly down the corridor. "Alright, Mecca, get ready," Aezic said, as the sergeant prepared to cover Aezic while he opened the next door. Nothing again. They came to the final door. "Something has to be in here. Argyle, you get ready too," Aezic said. Argyle, who had been covering them the whole time, now stepped forward with Mecca. Aezic swung the door open once more, and sure enough, inside were several well-entrenched Ascendancy soldiers, who opened fire on them. Quickly returning fire, Mecha and Argyle struck a few of them as Aezic jumped into the room with his concentrated plasma blade drawn to drive them out of cover. Soaking up plasma shots, he cut his way through the enemy's ranks. He made short work of many of them, but then began to feel that he may have overextended as he was getting surrounded. Mecha and Argyle had not entered the room, perhaps to give him more space for him to use his blade. They should have still had a clear shot on the enemies nonetheless. Aezic cut through an opponent's plasma blade, then spun around, cutting a plasma pistol in two. Aezic then realized that all the Ascendancy soldiers left in the room were around him. Where are the others? Aezic thought desperately, parrying and slashing with his concentrated plasma blade. He had drawn his concentrated plasma pistol at this point as well, and was firing away rapidly. He was struck by several plasma shots. Some just singed him, but others struck his synth plate dead on, doing some significant damage. After several minutes and a flurry of weapons, Aezic had somehow defeated the group of enemy soldiers within the room. He had taken many hits, and it took him a moment to recollect himself, but then remembered what had happened and prepared himself once more to confront his so-called allies. With his concentrated plasma blade still drawn, Aezic stepped around the open door into the corridor, and was met immediately by the plasma blasts of both Mecha and Argyle's dual pistols. But Aezic was an expert with a plasma blade. Absorbing the shots, he once more drew his own pistol and shot at Mecha, wounding her shoulder and dropping her to her knees. Then he quickly dashed toward Argyle, and in one move sliced through one of his plasma pistols, then the other, then slashed his leg. Disarming Mecha, Aezic shoved them both against the wall of the corridor. "What is this?" he said, obviously upset. "Tell me what is going on here." "Orders," Mecha said, grimacing in pain. Neither of them looked at Aezic. "What, orders to execute me?" he asked. "Why go through so much trouble? Why not just have your whole team kill me on the spot? Answer me." Neither would say any more, and so Aezic took their plasma blades so they couldn't escape, put the traitors in the room filled with Ascendancy soldiers, then sealed the door using a synth rope he found in one of the storage rooms. Once more gathering himself, he cautiously made his way back down the corridor toward the rest of his potentially traitorous crew. He had to assume it was all of them, and not just Mecha and Argyle, who were in on whatever this was. Turning the corner toward the fork in the path, Aezic saw Valanth, and Valanth saw him. "So, did you kill the others?" Valanth asked. "What is this, Valanth?" Aezic demanded. Valanth answered by quickly drawing his plasma rifle and firing at Aezic, who again blocked the shots with his concentrated plasma blade. Then, Valanth pulled something from his pocket and threw it at the floor. There was a flash, and Aezic was instantly blinded. He quickly retreated around the corner and into one of the rooms where he had come from. It didn't seem that Valanth pursued him down the hallway, so he took a deep breath and tried to refocus his vision. "So they are all against me," Aezic concluded. Then something large shook the entire asteroid. "Alright, I'm sure we waited here long enough," Zarya said to Usion and Filini. "Let's get back to the ship and wait for the others." The three turned back down the corridor toward the runner after waiting for Aezic and the others to make it down their own path. "We could have just taken him," Usion said, more than a hint of frustration in his tone. "Obviously," Zarya said, "but our orders were to get him here, alive. We had to split up and lead him the way we did, so that they could capture him." Before they made it very far, however, a group of Ascendancy soldiers ambushed them from behind. Zarya took a shot in the arm. "Ah, Usion, quick," he said, and the large sergeant moved in front of him and Filini, who was getting ready to fire back. "Lumina, what is this?" Zarya asked himself furiously, drawing his own plasma pistol. Usion bounded forward and barreled through the Ascendancy soldiers, roaring and swinging his Aether blade around as he did. The three of them made pretty quick work of the enemies, then looked at each other, puzzled. "That Autoron," Zarya said angrily. "I'm gonna kill him. Let's go, back to the ship, now." They hurried back down the corridor toward the runner. Soon they ran into Valenth, who was coming toward them. "Commander," Valenth said to Zaryo, "what was that?" "We've been set up," Zaryo replied. "We need to get back to the cruiser right now. Where are Mecca and Argyle?" "They're making sure the job gets done," Valenth answered. "I came to see what all the noise was." "Go back and get them," Zaryo ordered. "We have to get out of here as soon as possible." Valenth nodded and ran back down the corridor toward where he left Aezic and his subordinates. The others continued on toward the ship. Before they got there, however, something massive hit the asteroid and shook it to its core, and they heard a loud blast come from the direction of the docking bay. They picked up their pace, then saw that the docking port had been ripped apart, and the emergency shields had covered the breach. "I don't see Hawk anywhere," Villainy said, worriedly. "He could have gotten away before this happened," Zaryo hoped. "This is definitely a setup. Let's go. We need to meet up with Valenth and the others and find a way off this asteroid." Before they left, there was another large crash against the outpost, shaking the asteroid and those on it violently. Then something pierced the emergency shields from the outside. "We gotta go," Zaryo said. "Come on." Aezic's vision slowly returned, so he put on his tri-optics, peeked through the door into the hallway, then continued back toward the ship where he confronted Valenth. When he reached the fork in the path, Valenth was no longer there, and Aezic was confused. Was he not trying to save his subordinates, just using a smoke screen to get away? Aezic wondered. Slowly continuing down the corridor nearer the ship, he could faintly make out voices further along. It's definitely Zaryo, Aezic thought. Thinking he probably had the rest of the team with him now, Aezic turned once more and quickly made his way down the right side path which Zaryo and the others had taken earlier. He didn't know what he would find that way, but he assumed they were looking for Mecca and Argyle, so he got as far from them as possible. He also figured it would give him some time to search the rest of the outpost for any information as to where his people were, or if that were also a lie, at least some information as to why he was brought here or how he might get away. The asteroid shook then as it was hit once more by something. Aezic figured he was probably running out of time to escape, so he recovered his balance and continued to search the few rooms he had found at the end of this new corridor. Nothing here either, he thought, after he was unsuccessful in finding anything that seemed important. The bodies of the Ascendancy soldiers he passed confused him further. He sat down to rest for a moment, and another painful headache plagued him, then disappeared. Shaking it off, he then heard footsteps approaching the door. I guess I couldn't run forever, he thought. The door opened rather casually. On the other side was Zaryo and all the rest but Hawk, including Mecca and Argyle. Zaryo was holding his shoulder, which looked to Aezic like it had been shot. The others had their weapons drawn, but Zaryo didn't. I guess we have a little explaining to do, Zaryo said, but not a whole lot of time. Aezic was even more confused now. He held his concentrated plasma blade ignited in front of him in a defensive stance. I'd say so, Aezic replied. Okay, well, Zaryo started. We aren't Ravinian soldiers. In fact, we aren't soldiers at all. We're a group of mercenaries hired by the Ascendancy to lead you here, so they could capture you. Captain Otteron is really Ascendancy. Why wouldn't they just have you capture me? Aezic asked, not really buying it. Why convince me you're Ravinian military and drag me out here? Couldn't you do the job yourselves? Kastian rumbled angrily in response to this. Who knows, Zaryo replied quickly, putting a hand out to ease his subordinate. That's above my pay grade. All I know is that they wanted you off Ravina and up here, maybe to get you in the open, or to cover their tracks. Problem is, we were stabbed in the back too. It looks like they didn't mean for us to make it off this rock. Covering more of their tracks, no doubt. As far as we are aware, this and the last outpost were manned by more like us. Maybe they needed to get rid of them too.
What he's trying to say is that now there is an Ascendancy battleship docked to the Outpost, and we need your help if we're going to survive, Villainy said plainly. And Hawk? Aezic asked. We don't know, Zario said. Aezic could hear the concern in his voice, and started to think they might be telling him the truth now. They could then hear very many pairs of boots coming down the corridor. Aezic sighed deeply. Alright, get in here, he said, and disengaged his concentrated plasma blade. They all funneled in, and Usian closed the door behind them, shoving racks and shelving in front of it. Aezic had no idea what to make of the situation. I guess if there is an Ascendancy battleship outside, though, he thought, my only chance of getting out of here is with these guys, whether I trust them or not. And he did not trust them. Soon, though, some of his doubts were availed, as a concentrated plasma blade appeared from the other side of the door, cutting through their barricade with ease. I guess it is the Ascendancy. Here they come, Usian announced, drawing his Aether Blade. All his weapon could do was briefly slow down the concentrated plasma blade of an Ascendancy officer, but the big man would do whatever he could to stop their advance as long as possible. The rest found cover behind him and drew their plasma pistols. Aezic, part of him still telling himself to hang back and watch the group of mercenaries, instead reignited his own concentrated plasma blade, took a position next to the doorway, and prepared to strike. If it is really a battleship, Aezic thought, there will be a lot of officers to deal with. The Ascendancy cut through the door, and Aezic immediately stabbed through the opening, connecting with the officer who had breached the room, who then crumpled to the floor outside. With the fallen enemy's body clogging the entrance, the mercenaries with Aezic were able to land even more shots, blocking the way for the next wave of incoming soldiers. The corridors are our only advantage, Aezic said, as the Ascendancy retreated to regroup. They're not going to let us stay in here, though. Valanth, do you have any more flashes? I do, Valanth answered. Okay, we need to cover the breach, Aezic replied. Then once they start coming back through, use a flash and we will open fire again while they're disoriented. Got it. Soon the Ascendancy soldiers were coming back, after having cleared their wounded from the hallway. Aezic and the others set up the same way as before, but this time, a concentrated plasma blade didn't come through the doorway. They all waited in confusion for a few moments, until Villainy, in a tone of alarm, finally spoke up. I think we need to get away from the door. Aezic, who was right next to the door, wondered what he was talking about. Then he finally realized. Get away from the door, he loudly repeated Villainy's warning. Everyone made for cover as far from the entrance to the room as possible. Then, just as they did, there was a huge explosion, and their makeshift door flew in pieces in every direction. Now, Aezic yelled to Valanth. The plan should still work, he thought. Everyone prepared for the flash as Valanth prepared the small device, then threw it toward the doorway. A blinding light lit the room and the entire hallway, blinding nearly all the Ascendancy soldiers. Aezic and the others then opened fire on the ones nearest to them, making their way through the enemy ranks that tried to flood the room. Making it back to the doorway, they continued to fire on the disoriented soldiers until they had retreated around the corner. Do we go after them? Usian asked eagerly. No, Aezic said. Judging by who I saw fall, there are still several officers out there. It's not going to be easy to get past them. He looked around at the Ascendancy soldiers that they had taken out in the second attack. He saw a few lower-ranking officers among them, and took their concentrated plasma blades. Hey, mind sharing with the group? Zario asked, seeing Aezic collect the weapons. I don't trust you, Aezic said bluntly, so no. He attached 3 more blades to his belt. Usian stared at them longingly. I suggest we leave before they blast us like they did the door, Villainy interjected. You're right, Aezic said. Let's get to a different room before they come back. Leaving the room they were in, at the end of the corridor, they made their way up to the last room in the cluster, before the hallway turned. It was much smaller, and the group stood nearly shoulder to shoulder inside. but Aezic felt like they would have a good shot at making it to the battleship if they could surprise them here. Soon they heard the footsteps once more of the Ascendancy soldiers drawing closer. Aezic looked at Valanth and silently motioned for him to prepare another flash. Valanth nodded in understanding and readied another device. They heard the footsteps begin to pass by the room, then soon the corridor sounded full once more. Aezic motioned for them to wait a little longer. Just then, there was another blast as the Ascendancy once more broke through the room the group had previously been in. As the blast erupted, Aezic called for them to move, and he and Usion burst out of the small room, quickly taking out the soldiers nearby and making a path for the others to engage. Valanth entered the hallway and immediately threw the flash down, which had little effect now that the Ascendancy was prepared for such a trick. It did, however, buy the group enough time to retreat down the corridor toward the Ascendancy battleship. "Are you guys ready to hijack this thing?" Aezic asked the group. "Anything to get out of here," Villainy replied. "You're an Alliance officer," Zario said. "We can call it commandeering." Running as fast as they could, they turned the final corner toward the docking bay. Only a few soldiers guarded the ship, and they were startled by the sudden appearance of so many enemies that they put up no fight. The group made their way onto the battleship and quickly up to the bridge. "Disconnect us, Villainy. Hurry," Zario said. Villainy jumped into the chair of the chief engineer, and after pushing a succession of buttons, the ship made a screeching noise as the docking anchor tore from the side of the outpost, leaving a breach in the emergency shields. They were clear. Aezic sighed deeply with relief. "All right, now let's get back to Ravina." "I'm sorry," Zario said. "We can't go back to Ravina. They'll be hunting you." Beyond Lumina, Episode 4, The Escape. The commander of the Scion came to his senses once more and looked around. Poisoned again, he thought. He was in a different room now, bound to a chair, but he was alone for the time being. It wasn't the first time his captors had him in this room. He was brought here twice already and interrogated. He could only wish that the others were in the same predicament, but he didn't have much real hope for that, judging by what their interrogators wanted. After he was taken back to their prison the last time, the helmsman and the chief engineer were not there, and they never returned. The thought that he may have no crew left crossed his mind for the first time. Then the door opened, and two of his captors entered the room. "Awake again. Good," one of them said. "We need you awake." "I already told you I have no idea where he is," the commander asserted. "I haven't seen him in cycles. What more do you want me to say? Why are you doing this, and where are the others?" "We are done asking questions," the same man replied, "and we are not going to be answering any of yours. It is time for you to be going now." Another man then entered the room, wheeling a large machine along with him. Already dismayed, the commander knew exactly what it meant. "No, please, why are you doing this?" "Because you can get us the information we need," the man answered, "whether you know it or not." The commander was then hooked up to the machine, and it was turned on. After a couple of seconds of charging, it began emitting a low-pitched pulsing noise. The commander's mind began to darken, then go blank. Just before he lost consciousness again, he could hear the whir of a drill-like machine. "Reese, get up!" The icy voice of Master Sergeant Maloon came from the other side of Bala's door, after a knock had roused her from her sleep. "The commander wants to see you, now." "Right," Bala said sleepily. "I'm on my way." Maloon had already left. Bala's night had not been very restful after the stress of the last rotation. She had her home and her family on her mind, and the past. She even dreamt of her home as though it was ravaged like Ravina, much like it may have been during the Civil War. "I'm so ready to get off this planet," she thought. With a sigh, Bala got up, donned her officer's uniform, and departed for Sergeant Major Ravim's office. Her commander looked to be studying something intently on his desk when Bala arrived. She knocked lightly on the wall. "Commander, you sent for me?" He looked up from whatever had his attention. "Ah, yes, come in, Sergeant," he said. Bala did as he asked and took a seat across from him. "I have a special assignment for you. We will be heading back out to local space soon, but I need you to take your fighter and follow this trajectory." Ravim sent the data to Bala. "I will update you with a precise location later. For now, just head in that direction. You'll hear from me soon, once I know more. I need the rest of your team here with me, so you'll have to do this alone, but I trust you can accomplish the task." "Yes, sir," Bala responded, then asked, "What am I looking for out there?" "I will update you on that later as well, when everything is clear," Ravim answered. "I believe, though, that there's another traitor. There's no immediate danger, which is why I am comfortable sending you alone, but be cautious nevertheless." "Yes, Commander. I will leave immediately," Bala said with a salute, then turned and left Ravim's office. She headed for the barracks and found her subordinate, Corporal Tice, who helped her locate the other two members, Kezawap and Yuxkothlo. Together they made up the Blue Fighter team aboard the Triptych. Master Sergeant Maloon, the security chief, and her team made up the other half of the fighter squad, the Gold team. Bala told her team what her orders were, and that they would be getting orders from Master Sergeant Maloon for the time being, then told them farewell and left for her ship. Taking a fighter alone into deep space meant that she would have to planet hop, stopping multiple times and ensuring she had the fuel to make it to another civilized planet. It was a more tedious way of travel, but a common one. Bala quickly made her way to the hangar where the Triptych was docked, prepared her fighter, and took off into orbit, then headed in the direction that Ravim had given her. Aezic and the mercenaries watched the asteroid outpost fade from view as they quickly made their escape aboard the Royal Ascendancy battleship. The mood was a solemn one, however, as they passed the wreckage of the runner floating nearby as they retreated, no doubt with Hawk among it. Because they had lost one of their crew, Zaryo took the helm. Usian had gone to clear the rest of the ship, making sure there were no Ascendancy aboard with them. "So, any ideas where we can go?" Zaryo eventually asked Aezic. "We didn't really plan to become outlaws with you, but here we are." "You're telling me you have no planet you operate from? There aren't any more of you?" Aezic asked. "No, it's just us," Zaryo answered. "And no, we don't have any secret base or anything. We're just a small band of mercenaries. We had a ship, but there's no way we can get that back now. It's in Animov." No wonder we didn't bring any extra crew members with us to the outpost, Aezic thought. There weren't any more. "Alright, well, the first thing we need to do is get rid of this ship," Aezic replied. They are probably already tracking us. Balanth, what civilized planets are we heading toward right now that aren't with the Ascendancy or the Federation? The only one currently near us is an independent world, Ob, Balanth answered. Independent worlds were those that were not aligned with one of the three major powers, and thus each governed itself fully. There were only about a handful of them, and they were less developed than those worlds that were part of a major power, since they relied mostly on their own techniques and technology, and had less means for trading on the larger space market. Yet they were still part of the economy of Lumina, and advanced enough that it was legal in the Alliance to land on one of them. The worlds that had yet to reach the space age were illegal to make contact with. That task was left to those with more authority. That's our luck, Aezic said. Not the time of the cycle to get stranded from Ravina. But we'll at least be able to find something else there that flies, though I hate sticking them with this Ascendancy ship. No doubt they'll have mirrors all over them if we do. The mirrors were the first race to reach the advanced space age and travel to other planets, and they were the leaders of the Royal Ascendancy. But the term as Aezic had used it referred more to the Ascendancy as a whole, rather than the specific race. We don't have any choice, Zario responded. If we don't, they'll be on us instead. Aezic agreed. You're right. Let's make for Ob, then. But I think we should bring the Ascendancy ship back out to deep space and leave it stranded once we have another one. It might keep the Ascendancy off of Ob. Just then, they heard multiple blasts coming from the ship, then looked out the viewport to see several escape pods ejecting into space. Moments later, Usion returned. Well, we're alone now, he confirmed. Should we let them go? Mecha asked. Yes, Aezic replied. They don't know what we're doing, no more than the rest of the Ascendancy at this point. No doubt those aboard this battleship already contacted others when they lost us at the outpost. We can't even go back to look for Hawk, Villainy said sorrowfully. That asteroid field will be crawling with Ascendancy soon. Let's take things one step at a time, Aezic said. We can reassess our situation once we find another ship. As the crew flew through deep space toward the independent planet of Ob, Aezic once again had a moment to think of his own real crew in the Alliance. He still had not heard from anyone, which was even concerning at this point for Kaiken, but nearly unthinkable when it came to his captain. There was never a time that he wasn't reachable, Aezic thought. He once more tried to contact him, to let him know that there was some trouble, but he didn't go into much detail. He didn't really have much detail to give anyway. He tried again to recall the last time he heard from the captain, but it was still no use. Nothing would come to mind about what he was doing the rotations before going to Ravina. At first, he thought the fuzzy memory may have been due to the headaches, but now he wasn't sure if the answer was so simple, and he feared what might really be happening. Ravim, Malun, and her team made their way to the triptych. They already had orders to investigate the nearby asteroid field, where there were reports of some hostile activity. The signs of a violent struggle were obvious as soon as they arrived. They could see the wreck of an Alliance cruiser, as well as a few bodies of Ascendancy soldiers that had drifted out of a breach in an outpost embedded in one of the asteroids. Take the fighters over there, Malun, Ravim said. Look for survivors. Bring any you find back here. And tell me if you find any of our people in there. Malun led her and Vala's fighter teams toward the asteroid outpost and instructed them to split up and search the nearby field, while one fighter searched among the wreckage of the runner. She and her second-in-command went to search the outpost itself. They docked their fighters on either side of the breach, then entered the outpost. All they saw were the lifeless bodies of all the Ascendancy soldiers that had been exposed to the void of space when the breach had opened. Searching all the rooms throughout the outpost, Malun saw no signs of the Alliance being there, but there were obvious signs of a fight taking place within. Having no luck, the two returned to their fighters, rendezvoused with the rest of the team, and made their way back to the triptych. As they navigated back through the asteroids, Malun noticed something in the distance. Several things, in fact. Corporal, do you see that? She asked. Aye, Commander, her subordinate confirmed. Maloon contacted Ravim back on the carrier. Sir, it looks like something is approaching our location. Are you scanning anything incoming? Ravim, who had been observing everything from the bridge of the triptych, responded. Yes, Sergeant. Just appeared now. Looks like escape pods. Aezic and the mercenaries had entered Ob's local space, and would soon make their way into the atmosphere. No directions from on-world, Villainy said, but I guess we shouldn't expect much else from such an uncivilized place. Just look for one of the bigger cities, Aezic instructed Zario. They'll have places to dock. They entered the atmosphere of Ob, a very green and wet planet, and also rather large compared to most others in Lumina's system. Some of the flora was massive, big enough that cities were built on and in some of it. Sure enough, when they came upon one of the larger cities, one of several capitals of the world, based on the information Aezic had about it, they found an unused docking bay and put the Ascendancy ship down. They all breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they had safely escaped. But just after they landed, a large group of what they could only assume were soldiers emerged from a nearby building. Leading them, however, was not a soldier, perhaps a diplomat or political leader, Aezic thought. Easy, Aezic said. There shouldn't be any reason to start a fight. Once the ship was docked, they cautiously unboarded, with Aezic leading the group. They didn't get far before the one leading the soldiers spoke. That's far enough, he shouted in a quivering voice. We don't want any trouble here, but we don't have any business with other worlds. You must leave at once. Please, Aezic implored him, let me explain. We aren't from the Royal Ascendancy. Yes, I can tell by your uniform, the man replied. We may be less developed here than you, but I am no fool. I know a Free World Alliance officer when I see one. Real nice, Zario muttered to Aezic. We don't mean any harm, Aezic said. We just need a ship, then we will take it in this one and leave you alone. And what do I tell the Ascendancy when they ask me why I helped someone who hijacked one of their ships? The man asked. Commandeered, Zario clarified for him. Please, Aezic tried again. There's no need for the Ascendancy to know you helped us. Just let us purchase a ship and we will be on our way. No one will know. You really do think I'm a fool, the man scowled. I know quite well that all of you major powers have your eyes and ears in every corner of this system. The Ascendancy probably already knows you're here and is coming for you. This guy is nuts, Zario said. I don't think we're going to get anywhere with him. Can we just go somewhere else on this planet and try to steal a ship? No, just wait, Aezic answered. This guy is right about one thing, though, he thought. The Ascendancy is probably on their way here for us. Then if you won't help us, Aezic addressed the Obian man again, then we'll be forced to take a ship, and I know that you don't have the means to stop us, especially while we have this battleship. And I suppose you won't be calling the Ascendancy for help, since you don't seem to want anything to do with any major power. So either let us take a ship, or this will get messy. Aezic didn't like to stoop to such intimidation tactics, but this man was an easy read, and he knew it would be enough to get a ship without any conflict. Okay, fine, the man said, as Aezic predicted. Please, just take one and go, quickly. When they come, I am going to tell them that this was forced. That's fine, Aezic replied, relieved. Just take us to a ship and we will be out of here. The man, who was the governor of the region, took them inside the spaceport, where there were only a few ships. There aren't many to choose from, he said. It's not like we have the funds and materials to throw around like you people. I would offer you something else, Aezic said, but all I can give you are alliance notes. I'm not sure how useful that is to you here. Well, the governor started. It's better than nothing, I suppose, for all this trouble. Aezic gladly paid him a good sum of notes, alliance credit, much more than the hunk of junk was worth, and the crew was able to depart without wasting too much time, since the governor wanted them gone just as quickly. Valanth, Villainy, and Usian took the Ascendancy battleship, while Aezic and the others took the new ship back out to space. They headed toward deep space once more, where they would dump the battleship. Okay, so what now? Zario asked while they were leaving orbit. Do we just wander aimlessly, trying to avoid the Ascendancy? I don't know what you plan on doing, Aezic replied, but I have other duties I need to see to, not to mention I'm still trying to find my family. Yeah, the only information I can give you about that, Zaryo said, is that I wasn't lying when I said they thought your brother was alive somewhere. That's really all I know that would help you. That, and that the Ascendancy has spies on Ravina, and even in the Alliance, just like that crazy dude said. And unfortunately, many of your people were really taken by the Ascendancy. What about Hawk? Micah asked. We aren't even going to look for his body? They're going to be watching that place for at least a few rotations, Aezic said. Even if you found him, there's hardly any chance you would make it out anyway. Now that we have a ship, we should go to a free world. I need to check on some things, and I could probably use their help in finding some more information on my family and the other people of Ravina. They might even have a search effort in place already. Once we get there, you can take this ship and go wherever you want with it. I can get an Alliance ship. Valenth, who was seated at the navigation terminal, said, It looks like Satama is our best bet right now. Good, Aezic answered. That will be perfect. If anyone's looking for us, we should blend in, and I should be able to find information and help there if I'm going to find it anywhere. Satama was one of the largest worlds of the Free World Alliance, both in size and population. It was also known as a planet of luxury and entertainment, a planet that never slept. It was, in fact, Kaiken, his subordinate's homeworld. It was a feat to be noticed on Satama, so Aezic thought they should be safe. Just as they approached deep space, Villaini's voice came over the comms. Hey, Commander, he asked. What's up, Zaryo replied. I was combing through the data on the ship before we destroyed it, Villainy started, and I found something that looked like it was important to the Ascendancy. It seems like some kind of code, but I can't find any decryption anywhere. I'm going to send it over, so get ready to receive it. After a bit of a wait, the Obian ship received the data transmission, and Aezic checked it out. It was audible data, and as soon as Aezic started to listen, it was unmistakable to him. That's a Ravinian code, he said in astonishment. Vala made her way through deep space in her small Alliance fighter. It is much different, she thought, flying through deep space alone than with the crew. There was a silence and emptiness about it that seemed unending in the vast darkness of the universe. It offered a lot of time for thinking. She thought back to Ravina and the rest of the squad, who had probably gone back to local space by now. Then she thought about Aezic, whom she had only met briefly, but also someone whom she had been asked to watch. She didn't really know why, only an inkling that it had to do with everything happening on Ravina, and she also didn't know much about him either. From the time I spent with him, she thought, he seems like a good person. He was loyal. He only wanted to find his family. Nothing about it seemed made up. But she trusted her commander, as well as those he served under. And they must trust me, she thought again, if they would give me this mission. She was still mostly in the dark about what that mission was, but she knew that Ravim would not put her at risk, and she trusted she would know more in time. Just then the Sergeant Major's voice came over her comms. Come in, Vala. Yes, Commander, she responded. I have a location for you, he said. Head toward the independent planet of Ob. We have confirmed reports from earlier this rotation that the head of the Council of Tan was assassinated late last rotation in his private residence in Tantia. The rest of his family is safe and under protection, but too many questions are left unanswered. Is this the work of the Royal Ascendancy, or of the Free World Alliance, which has been growing in aggression toward the Tansorian Federation? Is this the beginning of war, with all that is currently happening around Lumina? In other related news, there has still been no update on the whereabouts of the Prime Minister of Sor, who was thought to be taken hostage by a foreign power several rotations ago. Both the Ascendancy and the Alliance, however, deny these allegations. We will continue to keep you updated on both of these stories as they unfold, live, here on the Federation News Network. Beyond Lumina, Episode 5, Bright City. Sergeant Major Ravina, after giving Vala Rees her new coordinates to the independent planet of Ob, updated her on what they knew. Sergeant, you're once again looking for Lieutenant Aezic Zin. We had reports that he had left Ravina with an Alliance cruiser that was thought to be missing. We found that cruiser destroyed in an asteroid field near Ravina, where there was also some sort of outpost. I felt you would have the best chance of convincing him you are innocent if you are caught keeping tabs on him. But that is what we need you to do. Follow him and this crew of his and see what they are up to. Vala didn't know what to make of the situation. I guess I'm really no good at judging someone's character, she thought. Aezic seemed to her like a loyal soldier, and probably even a loyal friend too, much like Ravina, her commander. But it was clear now that Aezic was mixed up in something. How bad and how he was involved, she thought, remained to be seen. But why would he have a stolen Alliance cruiser, she asked herself, and how did he get away from the asteroid if it was destroyed? She was going to have to come up with some cover story in case he noticed her. Luckily, he doesn't know much about me, she thought, other than what he might get from a bioscan. She wasn't really well versed in the espionage business, but she understood why she was chosen to carry out the mission, and she would do her best to do so. The trip to Ob wasn't a very long one, and she assumed she would be able to refuel there, but she wasn't always sure when it came to independent worlds. She had been to many places, some independent worlds, but never to Ob. Entering the atmosphere, she sped across the lush landscape until finally spotting what looked to be a spaceport at a prominent city. She had not received any word from the ground whether she could land, but she didn't think she would be disturbing anything at a place with such little space traffic. Vala landed her fighter and got out, stretching after the long flight. She let Ravina know that she made it and asked him to keep her updated with any new information as she looked for Aezic. As she made her way inside the spaceport, she was met by an engineer coming out. "Can we help you, officer?" the man asked her. The Alliance officer's navy blue paracloak was notorious throughout the developed system. "Yes," Vala started. "Could I get some fuel for my fighter, please?" "We usually don't support military vessels," the man said, wiping his hands with a rag, "especially with the current heated situation." He looked at the fighter, then back at Vala. "I guess we can help you out, though. Just a little fuel for one fighter, right?" "That's right," Vala replied. "Thank you for your help." "Not a problem," the man answered. "Just don't go telling anyone what we did now." Cautious bunch, Vala thought. She repositioned her fighter nearer the spaceport, and the engineer filled it up with fuel. "So you must not get many ships from the major powers here, then?" Vala asked the engineer, trying to glean some information from him. "Very rarely," the man said. "I think it's pretty well known we don't care to get involved in your politics here, but we still get the rare visitor like you." "I see," she replied. "Am I the first you've seen in a while?" "Yeah," he started. "Probably the first in at least a quarter cycle." Sounds like Aezic didn't land here then, she thought. While she was waiting, Vala received another transmission from Sergeant Major Ravina. "Vala, come in," he began as usual. "Yes, Commander," she replied. "It looks like Aezic and his crew have gone to Sotama," Ravina said. "Head there as soon as you can, and I will try to update you on where to start once you arrive on planet." "Yes, sir. I will be departing Ob shortly then," Vala answered, and once the engineer had finished refueling her fighter, she took off once more and set a heading for Sotama. It was near enough to Ob right now, so she would be there soon, and wouldn't have to stop again for fuel. After they had destroyed the Ascendancy battleship in deep space, the Obian ship bearing Aezic and the mercenaries finally entered the atmosphere of Sotama. "Welcome to Bright City," Zario announced. He had taken up the helm since they had lost Hawk back at the Asteroid Outpost. Bright City was the capital of Sotama. It was a city thus named because, no matter the time of the rotation,
Whether Lumina was shining on it or not, one could not tell the difference. The city was so bright and so active all the time that every moment was like the middle of the day, or perhaps more fittingly for this world of luxury, the prime time of the evening. They received more than a few puzzled looks as they docked the ship from the independent world. Just as the independent worlds weren't accustomed to seeing many ships from the major powers, perhaps even more so the citizens of the major powers weren't accustomed to seeing ships from independent worlds. And this ship was nothing to look at to such a degree that it became something to look at in a place like Sotama. So much for not being noticed here, Zario said as they unboarded. Now that we are here, Aezic started, I don't see a reason for us to stick together. I'm going to the Alliance headquarters. I doubt that's where you want to be. Like I said, feel free to take the ship and get out of here. The Ascendancy is probably more concerned with me than they are with you anyway, so it would be better for you to get as far from me as possible. I suppose you're right, Zario said, but Aezic was already leaving. Aezic went to the grav bike rental shop and once more found himself a Vector. This time it was a VX-7, which was only 2 models from the newest VX-9. He, however, preferred it over the VX-8, so it was second best in his opinion. He quickly made his way to the Alliance headquarters of Sotama in Bright City, where he would be safe from the Ascendancy and would hopefully be able to get some answers. As he entered the military wing, he was greeted with a salute by a low-ranking officer who was at a reception desk. "Greetings, Lieutenant," she said. "How can I be of service?" "Hello, Sergeant," Aezic replied. "I need to get in touch with whoever is the commanding officer here. I have a lot of urgent information to relay to High Command." "Of course," the sergeant nodded. "That would be Colonel Inferi, but I don't think he will be back here for a little while. He had to go to one of the nearby cities, Trida, and see to one of our operations there. If you don't need him in person, you can just contact him. I'm sure he will get back to you quickly." "Thanks for your help," Aezic said. "I think I will wait for him to return. When did you say he would be back?" "Check in near the end of the rotation, and I'm sure he will be here by then." "Thanks again," Aezic replied, and left the barracks. The question now, he said to himself as he walked to the grav bike, is whether to stick around here until the colonel returns, or find somewhere less conspicuous to wait. The warning Zario gave him about Ascendancy spies was continually echoing in his mind. He decided to go to a different city. There were plenty to get lost in, and wait until the end of the rotation. It would still be a while. Before he did, he sped back past the docking bay where they had landed the Ovian ship, to see whether the mercenaries had left yet or not. The ship was still there. "I really don't care what that military grunt said," Mecha declared. "We should be on our way back to look for Hawk right now." The crew of mercenaries sat together at a space inn, half-heartedly sipping on some drinks. "Although I think it could be dangerous," Villainy added. "I agree with Mecha. He wouldn't have hesitated to fly this rickety ship into enemy fire to save us if he had to." "What do you guys think we can possibly do for him at this point?" Zario said, annoyed. Mostly because he also agreed, but knew it was useless. By now, the Ascendancy, or the Alliance, or both, have combed that entire area. And if Hawk was alive, he isn't there anymore. If he is alive, Zario said again, we won't know where to find him. "Ravina is a good place to start," Lucian replied. "Would you all please listen?" Zario almost started to shout. "We can't go back to Ravina. We will be arrested on sight by whoever finds us first. Then we have no chance at all of helping Hawk." They all sat in silence for a while. "Well, what are we doing here then?" Mecha started again. "I don't know," Zario answered, pondering. "Waiting, I guess." This clearly didn't satisfy Mecha, who got up and walked out of the space inn. Argyle followed her. Zario sighed. "It's not smart to split up right now. Go keep tabs on them, Valen." "Got it," Valen said, and went after his subordinates. "Why are we staying here?" Villainy asked, "if you're so worried about the Ascendancy." "Don't you get it?" Zario answered.
We're staying here because I'm worried about the Ascendancy. While Sotama was basically one large city, what they called cities were really different regions, which were similar to the old national regions, now mainly just used to section the planet off to make it more manageable to govern. Aezic made his way to the city of Kaufan, about a quarter of the way around the planet to the northwest of Bright City. He had been to Sotama before, so he kind of knew his way around. He knew that Kaufan would be another large city, by Sotama standards, that he could get lost in until he could meet with Colonel Inferi. It was common to see a lot of Alliance military in a place like Sotama, which was one of the most prominent worlds in the Alliance. His lieutenant stripes made him a little more noticeable, but still he wasn't too concerned. He found a space inn that seemed like it had a pretty good crowd, then slipped into one of the booths in a corner, where he could see anyone approaching. Settling in with a drink, a nearby entertainment console caught his attention, which was on a system news channel, covering all the biggest stories around Lumina. And without any ransom message or demand, the Federation is at a loss as to what has happened to the Prime Minister of Sor, and what his captors want. So long has passed since he was taken that many speculate whether he is alive, especially after the assassination of the head of the Council of Tan. Aezic was shocked. The Prime Minister of Sor and the head of the Council of Tan were the two most prominent leaders of the Tansorian Federation. This is crazy, Aezic thought. I wonder if it happened before or after the Scion was destroyed. Maybe that's why the Federation attacked them. But there's no way the Alliance would do anything like this. The Federation was our ally, after all. So many questions were unanswered in Aezic's mind. He felt that he was in the middle of something way beyond his own scope of understanding. Now that he had a moment to relax again, he tried to contact his captain once more. Having still not heard back from him or anyone, all he could do was leave another message for him. This was becoming one of Aezic's biggest concerns, and something he was going to ask the Colonel about. At this point, he had been on leave for over an entire universal rotation, which was more than 2 Ravinian rotations, and he hadn't gotten a reply from anyone in that time. He was beginning to lose track of all the things that were going wrong. The attack on Ravina and the missing citizens and soldiers, the attack on the Scion by the Federation, the silence from his platoon, Ascendancy spies' attempts to capture or kill him, and his fuzzy memory and nagging headache. Now he learned that the leaders of the Tansorian Federation were being targeted. How much of it is related, Aezic wondered. He spent a while at the Space Inn until it was getting rather late, then made his way back to Bright City to speak with Colonel Inferi. Though he couldn't tell, the sky above the capital city was dark when he arrived a short time later. The same soldier was at the reception desk when he arrived back at the military wing. "Welcome back, Lieutenant," she said to Aezic. "The Colonel is in now, and I let him know that you stopped by. He's expecting you." "Thank you, Sergeant," Aezic replied and proceeded into the Colonel's office. Colonel Inferi looked up from his desk as Aezic entered. "Ah, Lieutenant Zin, I presume. Good to meet you. Sergeant Estella told me you needed to speak with me about something rather important. What can I help you with?" "Colonel," Aezic saluted his superior. "It's good to finally talk to another officer again. I feel like I've been out of contact for ages. I am from Ravina, and I went back home on leave recently. I arrived to see what the Ascendancy had just done there, and that many of the citizens had been taken hostage or fled soon after the attack. I've been searching for any information I can about what happened or where the Ravinians may have been taken. While searching, I came across a group of mercenaries working for Ascendancy soldiers who were posing as Alliance military. You need to get word to Ravina Command about a large facility they have in Animov. They have a lot of citizens there, maybe as a shield, so they need to be careful. The strangest thing, though," Aezic continued, "is that I have not been able to get in contact with my captain or any of my crew since I went on leave." The Colonel sat there, trying to digest all the information. Aezic filled him in on some more of the details, leaving out his memory loss and headaches, however, and told the Colonel that everything had been as it usually was before his squad all went on leave. Inferi finally said, "It sounds like you've been through quite a lot, Lieutenant Zin, and I will help you in any way I can. It is very strange that you haven't heard back from Captain Hadrid in all this time. I can look into these things for you, see what I can find, and I can run a search to see if your subordinate has come back here on his leave. Perhaps you can get together with him if he is." He called for Sergeant Essela at the reception desk, who promptly entered the office. "Sergeant, please show the lieutenant a place where he can stay during his time here." He addressed Aezic again. "Come back next rotation, say sometime mid-rotation, and I will hopefully have something for you." "I appreciate the help," Aezic replied, "and I won't take up any more of your time. I will see you next rotation." Sergeant Essela escorted Aezic to a nearby room, one of the many unused officers' quarters in the military wing. Aezic laid down on the bed and was immediately aware of how exhausted he was after everything. He was also glad, though, to finally have some real help. Not that he didn't appreciate what Sergeant Major Ravim and Sergeant Rees had done for him. They just seemed to know very little, especially for people stationed on Ravina. They did want to help, though, he thought. Perhaps I was a little harsh at the time. Soon he was able to doze off and had one of the more restful sleeps he had since his leave began, though it was still not very peaceful. "Man, things are getting crazy out there," a young soldier said to himself, who was standing on guard duty atop a large tower, one of many used for planetary defense from the ground. "No more alliance with the Alliance. They're just flying off the handle. I wouldn't doubt if they're the ones behind the assassinations and kidnappings." He shuffled nervously at his station. "I'm not cut out for all this drama. We weren't supposed to be in any wars in my lifetime. That stuff is for uncivilized savages. At least I'm posted here at home. I just hope the war doesn't find its way here. But surely the Federation wouldn't let that happen. Although, Private," a voice came from somewhere nearby, "stop talking to yourself and turn your transmitter off before you make an even bigger disgrace of the Saurian military." "Oh, yes, sir," the soldier stammered. "Sorry, sir." He turned off the transmitter and sighed in embarrassment. "I guess everyone already knew I was a coward anyway," he thought, ashamedly. "But I just don't want anyone to destroy my home." The following rotation came too quickly for Aezic's body, which was still worn out from all the activity of the past couple rotations. He nevertheless rose rather early and went back out into the city. He really didn't know what to do with himself for the time until he would meet again with Colonel Inferi. He decided to take a ride on his rented Vector VX-7 and went past the docking bay that he arrived in once more. The Obian ship was still docked there. Those fools, Aezic thought. If they were really concerned about the ascendancy in the Alliance, which they should be, they would have left here immediately. What could they possibly be doing? He rode on further to another city once more, in order to try and keep any potential ascendancy spies searching. Without anything else to do, Aezic decided to go to a space inn once again, thinking he may perhaps even gain more information or bits of news. It worked last time, he thought, although maybe I just need to listen to the news more often. Entering the space inn, he once more found a corner booth and ordered a drink. Zario and the others were now on his mind again, after seeing the ship still docked at Bright City. Are they watching me again? Did they just go right back to their last job? He started to feel like he was being watched, a feeling that he had no rational evidence for. Aezic was a very skilled strategist and tactician. Spying on him was not an easy feat. He was always aware of his surroundings, and if there were someone watching him right now, they would have to be a phantom. But his reasoning didn't help him feel any more at ease. Aezic decided to turn on his own entertainment console and flip through some news stations, but none seemed to be saying anything new, though most were talking about one or more of the recent events. Then he hit one that caught his attention. Ascendancy battleship destroyed in deep space near the independent planet. Reports are that communication has subsequently been lost between the Alliance and Ob, as experts speculate an attack is underway. What have we done? Aezic thought. We doomed them. I should have known that the Ascendancy wouldn't care if they were involved or not. Just another chance to force someone under their rule. He couldn't believe how foolish he had been. Now a whole planet gets to pay the price because of me. I need to figure out what is going on quickly so I can put an end to it. He was getting anxious and couldn't wait any longer to go see the Colonel, and so left the Space Inn and headed back to the Alliance headquarters in Bright City. Still, the Albion ship was docked in the bay. Aezic arrived at the headquarters and proceeded to the military wing, where he was surprised to see a familiar face leaving. "Sergeant Rees," he said to Vala as they approached one another. "What a coincidence running into you here. What are you doing? Reassigned from Ravina so soon?" Vala looked to be even more surprised than he was. "Lieutenant," she saluted. "Wow, this certainly is a surprise. Yes, not long after we parted ways, I received a transmission that a family member wasn't doing well, and I left for Sotama immediately afterward. I will be on leave for a few cycles. What brings you way out here? Have you found out something about your family?" "Well, I certainly hope everything is okay with your family," Aezic started. "And no, unfortunately, I haven't found anything yet, but I'm hoping that will change soon. I'm going to meet with the commander here right now." "You mean Colonel Inferi?" Vala asked. "Yes," Aezic replied. "Why do you ask?" "Well, I just came from there," Vala said, "and he's not there. The sergeant at the desk said that he has been gone all rotation and wasn't sure when he would be back." Great, another roadblock, Aezic thought. I just can't find any information about anything. Why is it so difficult? "Well, thanks for the heads up," he said to Vala. "I guess I will just have to wait until later then." "So what now?" Vala asked. "If you aren't doing anything now, perhaps we can get something to eat?" "I guess I'm free now," Aezic answered. "Somewhere else, though." He still didn't feel comfortable in Bright City where he could possibly be connected to the Albion ship that the mercenaries still hadn't taken from the docking bay. If they would just take the thing out of here, it would help a lot. Aezic and Vala began the short trip on their grav bikes to another city, where they found a space inn that Aezic thought was suitable, and they entered. When they did, there was a strange pall in the air. He quickly found out why. On every entertainment console, he saw the unmistakable image of a high-priority bounty alert, and it was for him. Beyond Lumina, Episode 6, Wanted. Aezic continually scanned the room for signs that someone was going to act on the bounty warning that was posted on every entertainment console. He didn't see any other Alliance soldiers, however, other than Vala. Aezic quickly left the Space Inn and headed for his Vector VX7 grav bike. What in Lumina is going on here? He wondered. What could they have possibly posted a bounty for? His data transmitter, military issued, was disconnected. He felt instantly cut off from the outside world. He had no idea where he would go. Sotama was one of the worst places he could be as a wanted person of the Free World Alliance. And he would have no chance of getting a ship off-world now. Aezic took off on his grav bike in the direction it was facing and didn't stop. He needed to think of something, but nothing made sense to him at the moment. When he looked behind him, he saw Vala pursuing him. "Commander, come in," Vala said, a bit shaken by the surprise of Aezic's bounty. "Yes, Sergeant Rees," came the familiar voice of Sergeant Major Ravina. "Commander," she repeated, "I've made contact with Lieutenant Zin, as I reported earlier. However, I just discovered that the Alliance has placed a bounty on him. What should I do now regarding my mission?" "Yes, Sergeant," Ravina started. "I'm aware of the situation, and I've also informed Command that you are working undercover to keep track of him. Just continue what you are doing, and you will be safe from any repercussions. Stay with him. Help him with whatever he is after." "Aye, Commander," Vala replied. She didn't need to ask what the bounty was for. She was quite sure she knew. Treason. She continued to follow Aezic on her grav bike.
two of them traveled across the hemisphere of Sotama before Aezic finally had enough. If I'm gonna have any chance of escape, I need to get rid of her first. He came to a quick stop and jumped off his VX-7, immediately brandishing his concentrated plasma blade as Vala's grav bike sped toward him. Vala noticed the fiery blue blade early enough to avoid running directly into it, but Aezic still connected with her grav bike, sending her spiraling into the air. Vala had to let the grav bike go as it crashed to the ground in a fiery heap. She was able to descend safely with her paracloak, but was still unnerved. "Wait, please," she said. Aezic stood ready to attack. "You ought to know you can't take me in," he said. "No, I'm not trying to," she replied. "I want to help you." "Why would you possibly want to help me?" Aezic asked, very suspicious of her. "Because I don't believe that you did anything wrong," she answered as earnestly as she could. "I don't know much about you, but from what I do, I can tell you're a good person. I want to help clear your name." In a short time, Aezic was fooled by Ascendancy forces, and now this. He was running short on trust. "What is to stop you from telling the Alliance everything I'm doing?" Vala was about to make a big decision. Her conscience was somewhat availed by being able to ask Sergeant Major Ravina about her orders earlier, but there was no returning from what she had to do now. She removed her tri-optics, which held the Alliance's data transmitters, cutting herself off from the rest of the military, including Ravina. "There," she said. "Now they won't know anything until you're ready to come forward." Aezic couldn't argue with this act of faith, yet he was still skeptical. "You don't even know me," he responded. "I know enough," Vala answered, "to know that you're not on the wrong side of things. I believe that you're out here looking for leads on your family and your people, and there can't be anything wrong about that. I heard about the stolen Alliance cruiser, but they also found a lot of Ascendancy soldiers at that outpost. Nobody in their right mind would really believe you meant any harm to the Alliance by whatever happened there. I certainly don't." "So you have family here?" Aezic randomly mentioned at the strangest of times. "Well, yes," Vala started. "But according to your bioscan," Aezic cut her off, "you're from Rayayu." "I am," Vala replied again. "But I also have some family that moved here to Sotama. Not many, but some." It's certainly possible, Aezic thought. Many people moved around within the Free World Alliance, especially to Sotama. "Then you would be able to get me transport off planet, right?" "Yes," Vala answered. "But it might take a little time, and a little trust on your part." "Fine," Aezic finally said, then disengaged his concentrated plasma blade. "Then get on, and tell me where we're going." "Not good," Zario said, looking at the bounty on the entertainment console, as they sat at a space inn in Bright City. "What should we do?" Billini asked disconcertedly. "The others still aren't here," Kastian added. "We have to wait for them," Zario answered. "But we need to get out of here as soon as possible." He contacted Valenth. "Hey, what's going on?" "I'm with the others," Valenth responded. "But I can't convince Mecha to return." "Tell her we're about to be wanted by the Alliance while we're on one of their core worlds," Zario replied. "We're taking the ship to Lowtown. Meet us there immediately." "Got it," Valenth said. "We'll be there soon." "Now we need to go," Zario told Billini and Kastian. "But why are we going to Lowtown?" Billini asked. "Because," Zario said. "The bounty update said Aezic was seen there." In the midst of the confusion with the Tansorian Federation, the Royal Ascendancy has ruthlessly attacked the Federation world of Metezkar, leaving it in rubble. There has been no word from the Metezkar military as to what caused such devastating destruction, but many are already speculating that it may be in the class of super-ion weapons, known to be banned throughout the system. Whatever the cause, this once thriving planet has been reduced to nothing. Evacuation of the remaining inhabitants is already underway, as the atmosphere has been rendered unlivable. In this rotation, we mourn the loss of a world, along with millions of lives.
Private stood at his guard post in shock, rubbing his hand against his pale forehead. He could not even begin to fathom the amount of life that was snuffed out so carelessly and so instantly. He didn't know anybody from Metezgar, but he was grieving for such a profound loss nonetheless. Most of all, though, he was fearing that it was only the beginning. He thought, what if that was just a test before they do the same to Tan and, he looked around, to Soar? He wanted to stop thinking about it, but the possibility was too real to dismiss it. He feared for his own life, certainly, but more so he feared for the lives of his family and his friends, all of his loved ones and neighbors, and the other soldiers he served with. Everyone here could be gone just the same way. Private, a voice came from somewhere nearby. Yes, Sergeant. I can see you talking to yourself from here, his commander replied. We are going to have some ships arriving eventually. Refugee transports. Look sharp out there. Yes, of course, sir, the private responded. I'm prepared. But how long will they be safe here? He wondered. Okay, we're here, Vala said, as she and Aezic arrived in the city of Strata, where Vala's family was. It's probably best if I go myself while you lay low somewhere. Aezic agreed and parked the grav bike in a nearby alley, while Vala walked into a building. He figured if she was setting him up, it was better to be outside. But to further ensure he wasn't set up, he moved to a different location than where Vala left him, somewhere he could still scope the area to see what would happen. Vala was in the building for a long time before finally coming out and making her way to where she thought Aezic was. He watched her as she got to the alley. She was of course surprised not to find him there, and looked around as though she were going to spot him leaving. Then she sat down there like she planned to wait for him to return. Well, she's not running off to contact anyone, Aezic thought. That's a good sign. He decided to go back shortly after Vala returned, and she stood up as he approached. There you are, she said. I thought you left me here. Where did you go? I thought the position was compromised, Aezic replied. So did you have any luck? Yes, Vala said. My relatives are able to lend us a ship, but they had to go to the hangar ahead of us to get it ready. It hasn't been used in a while. I'm in your debt then, Aezic said. So what will you do now? You've probably helped me as much as you should. If you're spotted with me, yours will be the next bounty they post. I'm staying with you, Vala answered. I'm not worried about that because I'm sure we will be able to clear your name. Do you even know what the bounty is for? Not the details, Vala answered again, but I know enough to know they're mistaken. Fine, Aezic finally conceded, but I don't share your optimism, and I can't guarantee you'll make it out of this. I know, she said, but you need help, and I am all you have. After waiting a while in the alley, the two made their way to the hangar where the ship was docked. Aezic walked a couple paces behind Vala and continued to watch for any signs that he was being led into a trap. But no trap was sprung, and they successfully made it to the hangar, and to the ship, which was a modestly sized civilian frigate, a ship that was smaller than a cruiser and the most common for non-military use. Certainly an upgrade from the last one, Aezic thought. As Aezic and Vala began to prepare for takeoff, a couple dozen soldiers flooded the hangar and opened fire on the ship. I knew it, Aezic thought. But Vala was surprised too. No, how did they know where we were? Quick, off the ship, Aezic said. They're going to destroy it. They hurried out the back, away from where the Alliance troops were, and took cover behind the ship. Got any other plans? He asked. No, I'm sorry, Vala said. I didn't think they would find us so quickly. Since the soldiers didn't seem at all concerned if she got caught in the crossfire, Aezic finally had to admit she was probably telling the truth. Well, I'm glad you trusted me, even if it gets you killed, Aezic replied. He was out of ideas too. They didn't have a way out of the hangar other than the exit that was blocked by the Alliance, or the ship they were currently blasting, which was already probably non-operational. Just then, Aezic and Vala looked up to see another ship approaching the hangar bay quickly and landing dangerously close to them, behind the ship the soldiers were targeting. It was the rickety ship from Ob. The hatch opened and plasma blasts came pouring out as Usia and Villainy stepped out of the ship. "Looks like you could use some assistance," Villainy shouted over the fray. "You guys again," Aezic said, but he had to admit he couldn't be happier to see them. "Hurry and get on," Villainy instructed. "We'll cover you." A quick glance of agreement and Aezic and Vala made for the Obian ship. They got in and Villainy and Usian followed. "Well, it's good to see you again, Lieutenant," Zaryo said as they entered the bridge. "Everyone on board? Good." He lifted the ship back off, and they were quickly into the atmosphere. "So, who's your friend?" Zaryo asked Aezic as they ascended. "A sergeant from the Alliance, Vala Rees," Aezic answered. "It's a pleasure to meet you," Vala said to him. "I'm in your debt for coming to save us." "Likewise," Zaryo replied, "although it seems like strange company for a fugitive of the Alliance to keep." "I trust her," Aezic said. "I'm still not sure about you, but I do appreciate the help. How did you know where I was, anyway?" "We knew you were in Lowtown," Villainy started, "and so we went there and saw the mess of a grav bike you left. From there, I just tracked your grav bike's vapor trails with the tri-optics." The Alliance probably found us in a similar way, Aezic thought. "Well, thanks again," he repeated. Before the ship cleared the planet, however, it was shot by a defense tower from the ground, causing significant damage and nearly crippling it. "Hold on, everyone," Zaryo said as he made a break for deep space. The battle-scarred ship rattled from exertion, but they were able to make it out of Sotama's local space. It didn't seem that the Alliance was able to scramble any of their ships quick enough to pursue them, either. "I think we made it," Zaryo announced. "Uh-oh, this isn't good," Villainy said, shattering that hope. "Our energy capacitor has been hit. There's no way we're going to have enough to make it to another planet. We're basically stranded." "You're right. That's not good," Zaryo repeated. "Even if the Alliance doesn't find us," Aezic said, "this ship isn't built to sustain life for extended periods of time. We won't last long out here." "How long do you think?" Usian asked. "Well," Villainy interjected, "based on my readings when the ship was operating normally, and with how many people are on board, we can probably make it a full universal rotation. Not much longer." "Now you've doomed us all, because you had to go back for him," Mecha said, still not happy with Zaryo, "when you wouldn't go back for Hawk." She began to get up and leave the bridge. "Enough, Mecha," Zaryo shouted. "If you would stop running off and let me explain. We were all around enough conversations during our employment in the Ascendancy, and saw enough go down to know that it's odd how easily we operated among the Alliance. And now, after we're turned on, Zin here has his own people put a bounty on his head. Something just doesn't add up, and I've had a really bad feeling ever since the asteroid. A feeling that we're in the middle of something big, and we should help, because we can't run anywhere." Mecha seemed to relax a little, but still walked away. With nothing else to do and spirits all but broken, the rest slowly trickled off to be on their own, leaving Aezic and Zaryo on the bridge. "We've spent quite a bit of time together," Aezic started, "but I really don't know anything at all about you and your crew. Though you were lying to me, so that's not surprising." "Yeah," Zaryo answered. "There's not much to say. We're all from Dasein, and have known each other for a long time." "But Dasein is part of the Alliance," Aezic said, "so you really are traitors if you were working for the Ascendancy." "We haven't been on Dasein in a long time," Zaryo replied. "We don't consider ourselves citizens. In fact, we don't consider ourselves citizens of anywhere. We had our ship, the one that's still in Animov. That was our home. So no, we aren't traitors, just mercenaries. We left Dasein because of the Alliance, and we aren't fond of them, but we've realized even before being turned on that all the major powers are the same, just with different labels. They all do what they please without care for any consequences." A man stranded in deep space on a ship from an independent world who is with one of those major powers' officers is not in a place to talk about consequences, Aezic said.
I didn't realize you had a sense of humor, Lieutenant, Zario came back. You chose an odd time to show it. Well, there's something about dying alongside someone, Aezic said, that makes you feel closer to them. Yeah, Zario leaned back in his chair. Quite the shared experience. Vala laid on the bed in one of the ship's quarters. She had been crying. She was glad everyone started to go off on their own. It was a good cover for her own exit. She had been alone for quite some time now. She tried to get some sleep, but it was no use. She was terrified. She knew things would get a little hairy during this mission, but Ravim told her she would be safe. Now she was stranded on a ship in deep space with no way to communicate with them. Her only hope now was that an Alliance ship would find them drifting out here, but chances are they thought the ship escaped. Of all the ways to die, Vala thought, this is the worst. Cut off from everyone and everything out in the middle of space. Of course, only a fool like me dies this young in our system today. Anyone else can get cured of virtually anything and live well into their hundreds. But here I am risking my life out on this scrap heap. Was it worth it? I haven't even accomplished anything. Not just in my mission, but in my life. I was clearly not cut out to be an Alliance soldier. She thought of home, and all the people she would have said goodbye to if circumstances were different. Without her tri-optics, she was truly cut off out here in deep space. With the rest of the crew also on their own, there was utter silence. A death-like silence that is eerie any other time, but unbearably morbid at a time like this. Vala continued to cry. But then, quite a while later, Zario's voice came over the ship's intercom. Hey, everyone come out on the bridge, hurry. After leaving Zario on the bridge, Aezic found one of the empty quarters and sprawled out on the bed. I can't believe this is how it's going to end, he thought, done in by my own people, and with no idea why. He wasn't afraid to die. He faced that reality basically every day on the front lines. What he didn't get was why it had to be like this. The fact that my own people turned on me, does that mean my entire service has been for nothing? Aezic was also not one to be too sentimental about such things, but he did believe that everyone got one chance to make some impact in the world before they're gone for good, and it seemed that he may have been played the entire time. So much effort poured into becoming a lieutenant, he thought, just for this to happen. Talk about a meaningless life. This line of thought was running through Aezic's mind as he was fading in and out of sleep. Trust. He bolted awake, sitting up in his bed. He could have sworn someone had whispered in his ear. He even thought he felt it. Vala? He called, thinking maybe she was outside the room, but he didn't receive any reply. My imagination is running wild now, that's great. He tried to calm himself down and get back to sleep. As soon as he started to doze off again, however, he was startled once more by Zario's voice over the ship's intercom. Hey, everyone come out on the bridge. Hurry. You've really done it this time, Zario thought to himself, as he sat on the bridge alone, staring out of the viewport. Aezic had just gone to try and get some rest. It was bad enough back on Tygus too, but now I've doomed all my friends and my sister, Zario thought again. He lightly jabbed his foot at the steering unit in front of him. Can't contact anyone, can't fix the damage, can't survive until we drift into another planet. Free will is a myth. But I guess I did choose to help Zin, and we did somewhat choose to be mercenaries, although the Alliance certainly helped guide us onto that path, and guided us right into a life basically on the run. Everyone we could contact for help is right here on this ship, drifting to their doom. I mean, where are we at this point? He took a look at the nav computer. Yeah, as I thought, we're just about to pass the absolute middle of nowhere. Zario sat back down at the helm and continued to gaze out of the viewport. I'm way too young for this. We're all way too young for this. But it would take a miracle to... He trailed off as he stared into the emptiness of space. It was not as empty as a moment ago. Zario thought he could make out something in the distance. A ship, perhaps. What, in Lumina? He rushed back over to the nav computer and watched for the signature of the incoming object. It is a ship, Zario thought, a small spring of hope beginning to well up inside him. What kind of ship, though? It doesn't look to be Ascendancy or Alliance. In fact, it doesn't look to belong to any Federation worlds either. Strange. He opened the ship's intercom and told the rest of the crew, "Hey, everyone come out on the bridge, hurry." Things got even stranger as the ship got closer, and Zario realized it looked to be an even less elegant ship than their current one from Ob. What is that? He had never seen a ship like it before. He didn't even know if he could call it a ship, actually. For all he knew, it could just be a large mass of floating space debris. The others quickly made their way to the bridge, and were just as shocked as Zario when they saw the ship, which was now close enough to be noticed as they approached the bridge's viewport. "Well, I don't know what to say," Aezic said as he looked at the object. "What kind of ship is that?" Vala asked. She had only done a haphazard job of hiding the fact that she'd been crying most of this time. "I've never seen one like it before," Aezic replied, "but it's certainly not Ascendancy or Alliance." The ship was quite near at this point. "Hello over there," came a voice over the comms. "You look like you could use some help." Aezic ran over to the command chair and opened communications with the other ship. "Who are you?" he asked. "We're just a crew of salvagers," came the answer. "We can get you aboard here and tow your ship to our world if you want." "What world is that?" Aezic asked again. "Kastia." "That's an Ascendancy world," Aezic told the group. "I don't know about this, but they obviously don't seem military, and we probably won't have any other chance to get out of this." "Well, they didn't lie about where they were from," Vala said. "They seem like good people who just want to help." "Why are you so willing to help us out?" Aezic persisted in questioning the other ship. "Well, I don't know," the other voice said, as if they had not even considered the question until now. "You just looked like you needed some help, and we were here to offer it." "I don't know about this guy," Valance said. Zario disagreed. "I think he sounds alright, and I agree we're not going to get this lucky twice." "You might be a little surprised by our appearance," Aezic said through the comms. "I'm sure it will be quite alright," came the reply. "You can see by our ship we are not much to look at ourselves." "I don't think he got what I meant, but at least I warned him," Aezic told the others, then returned to the comms. "Then yes, we will gladly accept your help. Thank you, we're in your debt." Once the ship was near enough, they were able to attach docking ports and tow cables, and Aezic and the others prepared to onboard. "Be ready for anything," he told the crew. He led them through the docking port with Busion and Zario behind him. They got to the port hatch, and when it opened, the crew of the other ship was on the other side to meet them. A man in front, Aezic presumed it was the man he had been talking to, had a look of bewilderment on his face when he saw Aezic and the others. You're from the Alliance?" he asked, but obviously knew the answer, at least as it would have been before the bounty. Aezic and his crew were just as taken aback by the crew of the salvage vessel. They all wore dark, dull, monotone-colored robes with big sleeves and large hoods pulled over their heads. The hood of the man in the front was pulled up enough that Aezic could make out his rather aged face, white hair and a beard, and piercing gray eyes, even through his astonishment. "It's hard to explain," Aezic said, "but we certainly don't mean you any harm. And if you have any spare clothes, we will gladly change out of these uniforms so as not to cause you any problems with your people." The man seemed to recompose himself, then gave them a warm smile. "Well, come aboard then. My name is Father Klaus. What we have is yours, and we will do what we can for you when we get to Kastia.
Beyond Lumina, Episode 7, Sanctuary.
The time for all things to be restored draws near. The Chosen One approaches. Now fulfill your duties.
How am I to find the Chosen One? And how can we be restored at a time like this?
Trust.
Upon boarding, Aezic and what had become his temporary crew of Vala, along with Zario and the others, examined their savior's ship. "Are you sure these guys aren't from an independent world?" Villainy asked. "This thing is worse than the one from Ob." This ship looked to be more like multiple ships stitched together, as though it had all been salvaged and made into one new vessel. "It's better at the moment," Aezic replied, "since it's actually running." He turned to the man who seemed to be the ship's commander. "We're grateful for your help. Fodder, was it? My name is Aezic Zin." And he went on to introduce the rest of the group. They had been brought to a small room, but it was probably the only common area on the ship, just large enough to hold Aezic, his crew, and the old hooded man. The rest of the small crew had gone back to the bridge. "Good to meet you all, and Fodder is more of a title. Klaus is my name, but you can call me what you like," the man said jovially. "And we are happy to help, though I'm sure someone else would have come around before too long to help you out. You're near an active Alliance world, after all. That's why we came out here to salvage. There is a lot of traffic around Sotama, and not all of the pilots leaving its space are suitable to fly when they do." He was, of course, referring to the overindulgent lives of Sotama citizens. "That is what we thought you were at first on that ship. We were surprised to find you were part of the Alliance military." "I'm not so sure," Aezic replied. "And I don't know if we would have had rescuers as well-meaning as yourselves. Like I said, it's a long story, but the Alliance is the one that wrecked our ship. We could use some sanctuary for the time being, but as an Alliance officer, I don't want to be noticed among your people and bring you trouble." "You shouldn't have to worry about that," Fodderglass answered. "We are and have been a part of the Ascendancy for a very long time, but they have very little real presence in Kastia. They leave us to our own business." Aezic had to admit to himself he knew next to nothing about Kastia, other than its alignment. "Well, in that case, if you'd have us, we would be even more in your debt if we could rest on Kastia for a little while." "Of course," Klaus said. "Like I mentioned, we don't have much, but what we do have is yours while you're with us. It won't be too long before we're back on Kastia, and we should be able to get your ship repaired for you rather quickly. We have many fine mechanics." The only other thing Aezic knew about the planet was its physical makeup and location in Lumina's system. It was, in fact, one of the planets closest to Lumina, and was, relative to most of the other planets, a small, extremely hot, uninhabitable rock. Evidently, at some point it had become inhabited, and its people lived within Kastia's surface, where they were able to more easily regulate a synthetic and livable atmosphere. Zario and his crew were not too interested in talking to Fodderglass and the rest just yet, and Vala was still coming out of shock. Eventually, Aezic's desire for gathering information won out, and he asked Klaus, "So why exactly does the Ascendancy not have much of a presence on Kastia?" "Well, as I said," Fodderglass started, "we have been a part of the Ascendancy for a very long time, perhaps since near its inception ages ago. According to our history, our people used to be much more prominent in the Ascendancy. We were known as the People of the Voice, a religious sect, you might say. Whether from our people's influence or something else, the Ascendancy began to find fault with us, and we were persecuted for a time, until eventually one of our leaders finally vowed that we would keep silent and keep our influence within our own world, or else bring the wrath of the Ascendancy upon us once more." Fodderglass sighed deeply, then continued, "The things we hold to be true are quite different from what is now held throughout the system. The Ascendancy would quickly discover if we began to spread our message again, and they would destroy us. so they have no need to fear, because they know we will comply. We are also a sore spot now for the Ascendancy, and get little to no aid, which we greatly need, leading to many of our people becoming salvagers to stay alive. But there is really no escape from the Ascendancy for us, as we are located in such a position that there is always a prominent Ascendancy planet not far away. We are essentially trapped, and so for this reason too, they have no need to closely monitor us. I'm sorry to hear all of that. I can't imagine what it would be like living under the rule of the Ascendancy, Aezic said. Although this may be extremely lucky for us, no Ascendancy or Alliance, or Federation for that matter, he thought. We might actually be safe for a moment. He wasn't so sure about these people, though, and continued pondering what Father Glass had said as they neared Kastia. It sounds like some kind of cult planet, Aezic thought. I hope we aren't getting mixed up in anything too dangerous or strange. Aezic had heard stories of the time before the space age on Ravina, when people used to believe in some rather astounding things. Large people in the sky, or beings that knew your every thought or somehow controlled your life. That had all been proven false once their people began discovering more about the universe, and especially after they met other life and joined the New World Alliance, who also had no conception of such things. It's all pre-civilized nonsense, he thought again. But maybe what this man meant is that they just live by some certain ethical code. Perhaps there aren't any of those crazy beliefs attached. They're out here traversing Lumina after all. There's no way they could believe in some kind of big people in the sky. Otterglass left the crew to themselves after a while once they were settled in and Aezic and Bala had changes of clothes. Before leaving, he asked if anyone needed to use the transmitter to contact anyone, but no one took him up on the offer. Aezic was still watching Vala carefully. Like I said, Valen started after Klaus was gone. I really don't know about this guy. We should leave as soon as we can. You're worried about a few weirdos in robes? Zario laughed. I doubt they can be that dangerous, although the place certainly doesn't sound like any kind of attraction. Aezic realized he was now probably stuck with this bunch, at least for the foreseeable future. Maybe they'll actually be able to help, he thought. Now finally having a moment to relax, he thought about the strange Ravinian code that the Ascendancy had on their ship. A code that wasn't strange to him. It's a muster code. Could it be a trap? Is that the reason all the Ravinian soldiers are gone? It was hard to ponder for long about one particular thing when there were so many questions needing to be answered, on top of which he still had short, crippling headaches. If we want to clear your name, Vala added, I would agree. I don't think we will be able to accomplish much on Kastia, no matter how safe it is for us. Somehow you'll have to get support from one of the major powers in order to access the resources you need. She was right, of course. There was no way any independent world, or one near it like Kastia, would have any of the tools Aezic would need to start figuring out what was going on. But he couldn't figure out where to start anyway. It seemed like a monumental task just to piece together all the things currently happening. Really, all I have to go on right now is this signal, he thought. There certainly has to be something there. The question is whether it's friendly or not. But I don't think I have a choice. I need to find out. So he decided that once the ship was repaired, that's where he would go. Like I said before, Aezic said to the others, I'm grateful for your help back on Sotama. We wouldn't have made it out alive outside of Alliance custody. But I need to go to the source of the signal we found on the Ascendancy ship. It's my best bet at finding something out at this point. I have no idea what I will find there. It could be a trap. So I don't expect any of you to come with me. In fact, this is where we should probably part ways, for your own good. Vala didn't hesitate to answer. I'm still coming with you. You can't do this all on your own. You will at the very least need some help getting there. And I think Filini has grown pretty attached to that hunk of junk being towed behind us, Zario added. Filini shot him an irritated glance. Besides, it's pretty clear now you're in the middle of something big, and I doubt the powers that be won't let us walk away from this, not after being a part of it. Otterglass's voice came over the intercom. My friends, we will be docking on Kastia shortly. Don't mind the turbulence as we near Lumina. The sky was filled all rotation with transport ships arriving both on Tan and Sor, sitting between the two worlds, waiting for their turn to land. The population of Metezkar was all but annihilated, but it was a very large planet, and Tan and Sor were not quite so large, so that the amount of refugees to the two worlds ended up being notable. The private watched the familiar space shared between the two planets from his post, a view that never changed as Tan and Sor were tidally locked to each other, so that the same sides of both worlds always faced one another. He had been busy scanning and keeping tabs of the incoming ships and their passengers. From his guard post, he didn't interact with any of the refugees, but he could see even from a distance the shock and terror residing on the faces of nearly every one of the people who onboarded the transports. They probably know as much as we do about what happened, and they didn't know anything. They had heard about a similar attack several rotations ago on Ravina, but the destruction there was not nearly as bad as on Metezkar, a world now inhabitable. The best guess of the Tansorian Federation's leaders was that it was targeted due to it being the main planet of food production for the Federation. The economy of the third major power was going to change drastically, and there was even a possibility of shortages, something unheard of since the Federation was formed. The Free World Alliance had also been moving a lot of military ships to their border worlds with the Federation, a possible act of aggression, though they continue to claim that it was for defense after the Federation supposedly destroyed one of their warships. The Private thought that was absurd, unless the Alliance had attacked first, and in that case they would still be the aggressors. "Private Boss, what are you doing over there?" a voice came from somewhere nearby. "Here, sir," the Private replied. "Just thinking, waiting for the next transport." "Yes, I can see your eyes glazed over from here," his commander derided him. "A little less thinking and a little more watching. The next transport's on its way." "Yes, sir," the Private said. "Sorry, sir." First impressions of Kastian left a lot to be desired. The ship entered an unseemly hangar with more ships of various shapes and sizes, all patched together from multiple other vessels. And just as on the ship, both men and women in hooded robes worked around the hangar. There were others who wore normal clothing, though they looked rather tattered. The people also looked rather frightened at the sight of Aezic and the others. "We don't get many visitors," Fodderglass said when he saw the group's concerned glances, "especially ones so well armed." "We don't want to scare your people," Aezic replied. "If I can keep my pistol, we will turn over the rest of our weapons while we're here, as long as we can get them back if and when they're needed." "I'm sure that would relieve a lot of their worry, and build some trust between you," Glaus said. "We are quite resilient, but there is much fear among our people, and always has been since the Ascendancy nearly destroyed us all." "My people recently suffered a similar fate at their hands," Aezic mentioned, "so I kind of know how they're feeling, and I don't blame them. We would be happy to do what we can to make our stay easier on them, and we won't be here long." While most were reluctant to hand over their weapons, Balanth objected the most. "I'll wait on the ship," he finally said, and walked back. "I will too," Mecca said and followed him. She was still not happy with Zario, and she didn't like Aezic very much, or Vala. Argyle, of course, went with her. "Sorry about them," Aezic apologized to Glaus after they continued on. "It's been a long journey." "It's quite all right," Father Glaus replied. "I don't expect you to abide by every single custom we hold while you're here. Lumina is a big system after all. As long as you respect my people, you are welcome here, and I don't see that being a problem. Come this way. I will take you to our capital, Omnis, named after the great architect of our world." Oh no, Aezic thought. They do believe in some big person in the sky. Glaus took Aezic, Vala, Zario, Filini, and Usion to a nearby grav car, and took off down the wide tunnel. "Due to our proximity to Lumina, our entire world is underground and sustained by a synthetic atmosphere," Father Glaus lectured as they drove to the capital. "It's all tunnels. Some of them are natural, but most we made ourselves and connected into a network that spans the globe." "You're certainly people of ingenuity," Aezic replied. With this tunnel network and the way you can refurbish ships, where'd you come across such knowledge in a place like this? While we may be its most despised members, Glass said, we are still part of the Ascendancy, and have received some of their knowledge, thankfully enough to help us survive here without their help. In a short time they reached Omnis, the capital city. The crew was actually taken aback by its beauty. It was simple, but the entire city was hewn from the rocky ground of Kastian. It reminded Aezic of his home on Ravina. The city was laid out in a very precise way, with a few main tunnels that led out to other places. At one end of the city, what Aezic considered some kind of city center, was a massive building ornately carved into the side of the wall. What on Lumina is that? Zario murmured in admiration. Probably some religious building, Aezic thought. That is our destination, Glaus replied. It is the Grand Temple of Omnis, and also my home. You live there? Zario asked in astonishment. Wow, you must rank pretty high around here, eh, old man? Well, not exactly, Glaus chuckled. I live there with others like me, as we are the primary stewards of Omnis here on Kastia, really in all Lumina. We are called the people of the voice because those who align their will to the will of the One can hear the voice of Omnis and heed his call. You see, it is due to our belief in Omnis that the Ascendancy banished us and essentially imprisoned us here. If they heard the name Omnis uttered outside of Kastia, they would know we didn't keep to the command, and they would return to wreak havoc. In any case, the temple is where me and others like me, who are devoted to serving Omnis, rest our heads and have the occasional meal. But other than that, it is the holy place of our people, and also the place where I and the other devotees do most of our work. While everyone here believes in Omnis, the devotees are the ones who voluntarily take up this servant position. You can spot us by the hoods and robes. It must get pretty crazy with all those people in there, Lucian wondered. Aside from those coming to offer sacrifice, there are only the devotees inside, and we do not have families, as we all make a sort of life bond to serve the One himself. The One? Omnis? Sacrifice? Aezic was beginning to wonder if it was a good decision to come here. They were heading for the main place of sacrifice, and for all he knew, they were the victims. Sacrifice? Aezic asked Father Glaus. Oh, I'm sorry, Glaus replied with a laugh. Nothing like on Redrinion back in the day. Just sacrifices of their time or, even better, a sacrifice of their desires and will to that of the One, who they know desires the best for them. I suppose that's reassuring, Aezic thought. They left the grav car and made their way into the temple, which was indescribably large once they got up close to it. The cave containing the capital of Omnis was massive in itself, and the temple rose nearly to the top of it. After a grand rock-hewn entryway, as all things were, there was an enormous room spanning almost as far as the crew could see. In the center was a huge, ornate statue depicting something that the crew couldn't describe. Other statues and beautiful wall-carved pictures circled the outside of the sanctuary. There were people all over the place, some next to statues, some walking through, many lost in thought. Some spotted the newcomers that were clearly not from around there, and were startled like those at the hangar. The people near the entryway quickened their pace to get away from them. I apologize again for them. They're really just not used to Outlanders, Father Glaus said quietly. This is the main sanctuary. He made an arcing motion with his arm. It's the primary part of the temple for the public, though there are some smaller sanctuaries around as well. The women of the Order live in the western wing, while we live in the eastern. Come, we will get you something to eat. The group followed Glaus to the right and through a doorway leading to a long, rocky hallway, but Vala was still standing in the main sanctuary, staring at the large statue in the center. Vala, what are you doing? Aezic said, which seemed to come out much louder than he intended. Many of the people stared at the group again. I'll be right there, Vala replied. Just give me a minute. She'll be fine here, Glaus reassured them. Come along, we won't be far away. They started down the hallway, which was strewn with rooms on both sides. They didn't go too far before turning into one of them. Here's one of our dining areas. Someone will be by in a moment with some fresh meals. That's what I call service, Usian said, quite famished at this point. One of the many ways we are able to serve one another here, Klaus answered. We all have jobs, be it here at the temple or out somewhere around Kastia. There are other temples around the world for people to have easier access, but all of the devotees call this their permanent home. Father, who are these outlanders? A voice came from outside the dining room. And why have you brought them into the living quarters? Father Blem, Father Glass said with a forced smile. They're just a small group of travelers who had some problems out in deep space, and we happened upon them. I thought I would get them a meal since we've been out there for a while. Yes, Father Blem said, unamused. And I suppose that's why you barely brought anything back again. That fuel is precious, you know, and not to be used to make your ship a taxi, much less to bring people back here. What if Drop would find out? Drop doesn't care what happens around here, Klaus replied. And they won't be here long. They just need their ship repaired. Blem scowled. I am taking this to Avo, mark my words. Then he left. Just after, a woman entered the room. She too wore a hooded robe, but the hood was down. Oh, hello, she said, surprised by the crew, just as all the other Kastians. You brought visitors, Father. Well, here are 5 dishes for you. Thank you, Sutter. And make that 6, please, Klaus said. One is still out in the sanctuary. Of course, here you are. She placed 6 plates around the table. The food did not look appetizing at all. It was some kind of brown muck. What is this? Zario asked, slopping it around with his utensil. It's called pash, Klaus said. I'm sorry, I know it's not as appetizing as what you're probably used to, but this is one of the few nutritious foods we have here. It's made from certain minerals found deep underground here. It may taste a little odd at first, but I assure you it's quite good for you. The group all reluctantly ate what they were given, and it did indeed have an odd taste. Villainy almost excused himself at one point, but was able to keep his composure. Aezic had more questions for Glaus now that they saw the temple, but he only asked one. So what is that statue in the sanctuary? That, Glaus started, as though he were summoning some grand speech, is the act of creation. It depicts the one and the sending of the architects, and of Omnis's subsequent creation of Lumina. So now there are 2 big people, Aezic thought, and they apparently made all of Lumina. Soon they finished, and Glaus stood once more. I can show you to some guest quarters, he said, although your other friend will have to stay in the women's wing. I suppose she's still out in the sanctuary. Vala gazed up at the massive statue, a large, ambiguous, and clouded figure sitting above, perhaps guiding a wide, swirling vortex, which itself sat atop many rings with spheres. But it wasn't the enormity or the beauty of the statue that had Vala's attention. In fact, it wasn't the statue at all. As soon as they had entered the sanctuary, Vala felt a shock run through her body, and she was terrified. Even more so than when she thought she was going to die aboard the Albion ship, with no idea why. She had intended to continue with the group, but something was telling her she must stay. She had to. Soon after the others left, something seemed to suck all of the sound out of the sanctuary, and it was noiseless. Then Vala heard. She wasn't sure if it was out loud or in her head.
Valerides.
It was her native name.
Do not fear.
Beyond Lumina, Episode 8, Kastian Mushrooms. I saw the land beneath me tremble and open up, and I was dragged beneath into the skyless depths. A great fear washed over me as I saw thousands upon thousands tormented. Then the great Omnis spoke to me out of this horror and said, O you, my chosen people, you shall forsake my gift to you in time, and you will suffer greatly. You shall be driven from your homes and forced to flee into the ground. Your descendants shall know nothing but poverty until the appointed time, because you will keep silent the word that was passed to you, and you will seek to preserve your own lives over the countless souls of the world. The frightening vision persisted, and my fear increased, until I was pulled out of this pit by Omnis. He returned me to my place, and a feeling of peace washed away the fear I had felt. Omnis then spoke once more, saying, But when the appointed time arrives, I will restore all things. I will send one who will free you from your bonds, and free the word that will have been silenced. Behold, the one who appointed me deems it so. These are the words of Enchalin. One could not tell from within the rocky planet, but Kastia's rotations were so short that it was not unusual to sleep through an entire one. This was the case for Zario, Philini, and Usion, who all rested comfortably and safely at the temple of Omnis, the Kastian people's deity. Even Aezic found more rest than usual through the painful headaches and thousands of questions. They made their way back to one of the dining rooms and waited for Photoglaus, whom they assumed would be waiting to greet them. They didn't see anyone at all, however, and wondered where all the hooded people had gone. Not long afterward, their questions were answered, as the men of the temple came pouring through the doorway from the sanctuary and into the dining area. They're silent as soldiers marching, Zarya said to Aezic, as the hooded men filed into the rooms and filled the tables. A small helping of posh, the goopy brown muck they called food, was quickly brought to them all, including the crew. After another moment of silence, all of the men of the temple quickly ate and then began to leave the dining area. Usion was the only one of the crew to touch his posh. Are you going to eat that? He asked Philini. Philini looked at him in mild disgust. No, help yourself, he replied. Usion gladly took the plate and polished it off, as well as the other two, but was still unsatisfied. Just then Photoglass approached the crew. Ah, you're awake. I hope you rested well. I know our accommodations aren't anything like you'd find in the Alliance. No, it was great, Aezic replied. Thank you for all your help. It was my pleasure, Glass said. And I have some good news. I was by the hangar at the start of the rotation, and it'll only be 4 more before it's ready to go. 4 rotations on Kastia was around 1 on most other planets, so it wouldn't be long. That is good news indeed, Aezic answered. The last thing we want is to cause you any problems here. I'm sure that everything will be just fine, Photoglass said. There is no need to rush off if you are not ready to go. Stay as long as you need. And while you have some time, feel free to explore the rest of Omnis. Since you have yet to really see Kastia since you've been here, you can perhaps find something other than posh to eat. I will be around the temple here if you need me. Just ask someone for me if you do. By the way, if you want one of our healers to take a look at you, just let me know. We, of course, aren't as well equipped as maybe you're used to, but we have quite effective medical technology nonetheless. He had noticed Aezic's painful expressions from the headaches. Aezic thought immediately of the posh. No, that's all right. I'm fine. Just something that comes and goes. It's not a big deal. If you're sure, Glass turned to leave, then added, Oh, and your other friend is out in the sanctuary. Thanks again, Aezic said. He turned to the others after Photoglass left. Well, we might as well do what he said, since we aren't going anywhere yet. I'm going to meet up with Vala. You can come if you want. Maybe we'll go check on the others, Zarya said. We'll meet up with you later. All right. Aezic left the eastern wing of the temple and entered the sanctuary, where he saw Vala sitting near the central statue. Hey, have you been out here this whole time? Didn't you try to get some sleep? I did a little, Vala replied. But then everyone in the temple came out here, so I joined them. Well, I'm going into the city to check things out, Aezic said. Do you want to come? I think I will stay here for a little, actually, she answered. I'll see you when you get back. Aezic was a little suspicious of this. Okay, I'll see you later then, he said, and left the temple by himself. It looked like it would be impossible to get lost, though the city was quite large, because the temple loomed over the entire thing. He walked the well-ordered streets, peeking in various market windows, which were basically holes in the cave. But they weren't drab or dreary holes. They were well-crafted and seemed cozy inside. Most of the people stared at him warily, but it seemed word of their arrival had spread quite a bit already, and so some citizens seemed less startled by him. Even in his Kastian attire, Aezic stuck out in the crowd of locals, who all dressed and maintained themselves in a very average and indiscriminate way. And he still wore his pistol in a visible place, something so normal for him, but something that seemed to concern the Kastian natives. He saw no weapons among them. He thought back to the ships at the hangar and realized that none of them had weapons either. How do they possibly defend themselves, Aezic wondered. Anyone could come in here like me with nothing but a plasma pistol and take the entire city. No wonder they're so frightened. Aezic wandered out toward the outskirts of the city, where he first started to notice signs for delicious Kastian mushrooms, then saw for himself what the signs were pointing to. Ahead of him, growing all around the cave walls and ceiling, were enormous mushrooms. Aezic again thought back to the posh. Mushrooms never looked so good. Miss, one of the robed women in the temple lightly tapped Vala on the shoulder. Can I help you with anything? Vala had now been on Kastia nearly 2 Kastian rotations, and had spoken very few words the entire time. Mostly just to Aezic and a word of thanks to the woman who showed her a room to stay in earlier. After a moment, Vala replied, What? Oh, no, thank you. I'm all right. The hooded woman looked at her with a little concern, then walked away. Vala felt as though something was asking her to remain there, though she didn't know why. She thought she heard a voice speak to her when they first arrived, but since then there was nothing. She wondered if she was waiting for the voice once more. She was even hoping to hear it again. It was comforting and had eased not only her previous fear of death on the Obian ship, but also the unnatural fear she had felt upon entering the temple. She was torn between this feeling and her duty as Aezic left to walk the city, but she could do nothing about it. Fodor, one of the robed women, approached Glaus. I'm concerned about this Outlander woman you've brought back here. She's barely said a word since she's been here, and she hasn't eaten a thing. She's just been staring at the act of creation as if she's becoming a statue. I assure you, began Glaus, that they are good people, Sadr Clarence. Just keep an eye on her. There's clearly something about the sanctuary she is drawn to. But don't you think it's dangerous to allow these Outlanders to pursue the voice? Sadr Clarence asked. What if Drop and the Ascendancy were to find out that they professed a belief in Omnis in the One? You know as well as I, dear Sadr, Fodor Glass said again, that we cannot stop the will of the One and of his architect. If she is drawn to the act of creation, that is an act of the One working within her, not solely of her own desire. Of course, Fodor, the Sadr replied. I will do as you request. How many times do I have to tell you? No, Zarya said to his compatriots, as they convened outside of the Obian ship. We're not leaving without Aezic, and we sure in Lumina aren't going back to Ravina. You can't decide for all of us. Mecha answered. What are you going to do, take the ship and leave us here if we don't come? Zario asked. You don't want to come help your friend? Mecha replied. That's your choice. We're going. Zario instead tried to reason with Valen. You know it's suicide if you three go there. We'll take our chances, like Hawk would have, Valenth responded. Can you not trust I'm trying to look out for us all? Everyone except Hawk, Mecha said again. She looked at Filini and Usion. What are you two going to do? They looked at one another. You know that we want to help Hawk, Filini answered her. But we trust your brother, as we always have. Fools. Mecha turned and walked back onto the ship. Argyle followed. You're going to get them killed, Zario said now to Valenth. You can't do this. Surely you know that. You seem too sure, Valenth replied. Where has your faith in us gone? Were you too busy playing soldier with the ascendancy that you forgot all we've been through, all we've overcome together? I haven't, Zario told him, but you aren't listening to me. Whatever is going on, whatever we're mixed up in, is bigger than anything we've dealt with before. We can't do this on our own, especially without Hawk. I want to look for him just as much as you all, but if we are going to have any chance, we need some allies, which we may have found. But we need to stick with them and help them out a bit, and then we'll find out more about what's happening, and we will have a much better chance of finding Hawk. Every moment we wait is another moment that Hawk doesn't have left, Valenth said, and turned and followed Mecha and Argyle back onto the ship. Well, what are we going to do? Filini asked Zario. We're going to hope, Zario answered, that they don't do something stupid. Aezic found amongst the massive fungal arrangements a long, rocky enclosure. Underneath were several Kastian natives at work with cuttings of the large fungi, and Aezic assumed it was where they prepared it for sale. There were others climbing amid the implanted mushrooms, and Aezic assumed these were cultivating and nurturing their product. He approached some of the workers within the enclosure, and again they were leery of him. Excuse me, Aezic said. Could I purchase a couple sacks of your mushrooms? Some of the workers shifted off away from him with their backs turned. Excuse me? He said again. He was about to walk away when he heard a timid voice address him. That will be 80 Christ. Aezic turned and saw a young woman, very thin like everyone else on Kastia, and also simple in appearance like everyone else on Kastia. Yet she had a profound beauty about her that attracted Aezic. I'm sorry, he repeated clumsily. I'm not really sure what Christ is. Oh, of course not, she stammered. You're staying at the temple, yes? I'm sure the devotees will compensate us. Here. The woman slowly and cautiously approached Aezic with 2 sacks of mushrooms and gingerly handed them over. I really appreciate it, Aezic said, taking the sacks. I'll let them know as soon as I get there. Yes, my pleasure, she said quickly, then walked away quickly. Aezic wanted to stay, but thought it best to wander the city some more before finally making his way back to the temple. He found a place that seemed to resemble a space inn, and noted the location for later on. Maybe a good spot to waste the other couple rotations. He figured he'd probably been out for at least one. Aezic ate some of the mushrooms on the way back to the temple. Amazing compared to the posh, he thought. He got to the magnificent structure dedicated to the deity of Kastia, but figured there was no need for him to go in. I'll just check on Vala. He looked inside, and sure enough, she was still seated near the central statue. Hey, Vala, I'm back, and I brought some food if you're hungry. He again said this much louder than intended, and the other patrons of the temple again gave him looks. Vala barely acknowledged him with a half-turn. She is acting very strange, and I don't think it's on purpose, he thought. He walked back outside to the porch of the temple, a few steps that rose up to the entry, and ate a few more of the mushrooms. Soon Zario, Philony, and Usion returned. Hey, Aezic said when he saw them. How are the others? Frustrating, Zario answered shortly. What do you have in the bags? Mushrooms, Aezic replied. They're pretty good. He gave one of the sacks to them. Ah, thank you, Zario said. I thought I was going to be stuck with that brown slop again. They stayed outside and ate the mushrooms for a while, then decided to check out the space inn that Aezic had seen. When he went to check on Vala, however, she wasn't there. Did you see where the Outlander that was here went? Aezic asked some of the nearby Kastians. No, one said, as they all quickly walked off. He found one of the devotees and asked him, but he said he didn't see her, so Aezic asked where Photoglass was, and was pointed to the eastern wing. Go ahead to the space inn, Aezic told the others. We'll catch up with you. He headed into the eastern wing and found Glass eventually, up many flights of stairs, in what Aezic assumed was the living quarters of the men. Aezic, Photoglass said as he approached, is everything all right? My friend that was here, Vala, he started. Do you know where she is now? She's not in the sanctuary? Glass asked. Aezic shook his head. Is it possible she left and didn't tell you? Unless she knows another way out, no, Aezic replied. Well, let me go find one of the Sodders, Glass told him. Perhaps they know where she went. They left the eastern wing and Glass found one of the robed women. Sodder Melia, he said. Have you seen the Outlander? Sorry, she answered. I haven't, Potter. What about Sodder Clarence? Sodder Melia went to fetch Sodder Clarence, who is in the western wing, but she came back alone. Sodder Clarence is with the Outlander. She fainted just a short time ago, Melia said. But it looks like she is all right now, just resting. Okay, thank you for finding out. Aezic had to admit that he was a little worried about her. I'm going to go find the rest of my crew, he said to Glass. Let her know I'll be back soon if she comes looking for us. He left to go to the space inn and let the others know he was going to stay at the temple and wait for Vala to recover. I don't know why I'm telling you all of this, Vala said to Sodder Clarence after relating her experiences since coming to the temple. I don't even know you. Well, if anyone is going to help you understand what is happening, it will be us, Clarence replied. It seems that Omnis is calling you to something. But I'm not sure what that is, Vala answered. You said you heard a voice when you fainted, yes? Clarence asked. Do you remember what the voice said? At first I heard my name, like before, Vala began. But then it became too muffled and I couldn't make anything out. That's all right, Clarence reassured her. If you desire to heed his word, you will recognize the voice of Omnis more and more, and you will understand what he asks of you. It's not that I don't want to, Vala said, but how long will it be before I know? I can't stay here long. It's okay, Clarence responded kindly. You will hear the voice of Omnis wherever your journey takes you. It may be our most sacred place of devotion, but the temple is not necessary to hear Omnis. Be sure he sees and hears you wherever you are. Sees and hears me? Vala repeated. That's correct, Sodder Clarence affirmed. One that created all space and time is surely so intimate with that creation that it sees and hears all things. What do you mean? Vala asked again. Are you saying Omnis created everything? Well, Clarence started. Omnis created our world and everything that we see. He is the architect, sent by the One to create freely and watch over that creation. And so he created us, Lumina and whatever lies beyond Lumina, so that we could have a share in their existence. For there was no need for the One to create the architects, nor was there need for him to allow the architects to create us. But in doing so, he shows forth his great love for us, and allows Omnis to show forth his love for us as well. And we show our love for them and one another in turn by devoting ourselves to them in the service of others. I think I understand, at least a little, Vala said. But what could Omnis want with me? I'm not from here. As much as I would love to say it's nothing, for the sake of my people's safety, Photoglass thinks there is something about you, and I must agree now. We all are called to something by Omnis. Most of us are called to simple lives of love and service, especially here on Kastia. But there are some who are called to greater things, and I don't think I've ever heard of Omnis calling an Outlander. The implication was clear. After some time, nearly a whole rotation, Vala returned with Sauter Tlarans to the sanctuary, where they saw Photoglaus. I'm glad to see you up and moving, he said to Vala. Aezic is just outside the temple waiting for you. I believe he's been pretty concerned. That somewhat surprised Vala, though she wondered whether it was because he actually considered her a friend, or if it was just his nature. She nevertheless went out to greet him, but as she did, the temple door swung open, and a hooded man, a young one, came running in. Voter, he said quite loudly. What is it, Voter? Glass said to the young man and added, Keep it down. I'm sorry, but Photoglaus, the man replied. Drop is here. 2 rotations left, Zarya said. It's not that I don't like this place, but I'm ready for some real cuisine. He, Philini, and Usion were at the place Aezic thought seemed like a space inn. He was partially right, as it was mostly like a diner. The trio were at least able to check out some other Kastian delicacies, at the expense of the temple, but none of it was something they would label very good. Usion was a little less critical. I'm sort of tired of waiting, and it's not like there's time to go sightseeing, Zarya started again. We might as well just head back to the ship and wait. They were making their way out, but Zarya suddenly stopped, looking out one of the holes that acted as a window. Oh, that is not good, he said. What do you... Oh, Philini responded, as he looked out the window as well to see a squad of Ascendancy soldiers, clad in their notorious sleek gray and crimson synthplate, making their way in 2 armored grav cars down the main street. They're going right for the temple, Zarya said. We're not going to be able to warn Aezic. They're going to be trapped in there. If those guys just came from the hangar, Philini said with worry, then what do you think happened to the others? Beyond Lumina, Episode 9. Drop, Crag, Nail. Quick, you must hide, Butterglass said to Vala and Aezic, who had entered the Temple of Omnis when the young hooded man came in with news that Drop had arrived. Sauter, take them to the crypts. Yes, Voter, Sauter Tlarans replied. Please, come with me, you two. Aezic and Vala followed the Sauter to the other side of the sanctuary, where there was a narrow staircase leading down into darkness. This way, Clarence said again, going down the stairs. They all had illuminators, alleviating any issue due to the dark. Why don't you keep this part of the temple lit? Vala asked. Everywhere else they had been was illuminated by dim, yet consistent orange light. It would be a lot of energy, as it is very deep, Clarence answered, and it's not visited as frequently as the other areas of the temple, so whoever goes just brings their own light source. Klaus called it the crypts, Aezic started. Did he mean an actual crypt, like one of those ancient burial sites? Yes, the Sauter responded. Filled with all of those of our order who have passed on to the next world since we've been here, and some others as well. Aezic was astonished. I can't believe they still hold to such pointless practices, he thought. Do they think the person will need the body later or something? I can't even imagine going through this much trouble just to store the deceased either. It's got to take a lot of effort to keep expanding. He could tell it had been a process that began a very long time ago, due to the sheer amount of distance they ended up traversing. "So what can you tell us about this drop guy?" Aezic inquired as they walked. "I assume he is Ascendancy sent to oversee what happens here, based on what Fodor said, and the fact that we're running now." "Yes, and more," Clarence replied. "He is quite ruthless, and despises both our people and our ways, and he hates coming here. It's not like Outlanders are barred from Kastia, but if he finds you here, we are in great danger. What I don't understand is why he has come. How did he know? If he landed at the hangar in Omnis, then he's seen your ship too." Aezic was worried about the crew aboard the Avian ship as well, Valanth, Mecca, and Argyle. The others should be safe if they stayed at the Space Inn. Then he remembered the conversation between Glaus and the other Fodor, their first rotation here. "One of the other Fodors, I think his name was Blem," Aezic said to Clarence, "wasn't happy to see us here, and told Glaus he was going to tell someone named Abo about it." "Oh, Abo Avila," Soldered Florence answered again, then stopped as she saw Aezic nearly doubled over in pain. "Are you okay?" "They're headaches he keeps getting," Vala responded for him, "but they pass quickly." The headache was gone, in fact, before Vala had finished speaking. "Sorry," Aezic apologized. "You were saying?" "Well," Florence began again, "the Abo is the head of our order. The most important and most grave matters are taken to him, and he is entrusted with the stewardship of both the devotees as well as the ordinary believers of Kastia. He certainly wouldn't have let the Ascendancy know you were here, and neither would Father Blem, despite his not-so-cheery attitude. He would never put us or the temple in danger." Aezic wished he could know more about the situation and what was going on out in the sanctuary now. They were essentially trapped, however, and now had to rely on the old hooded man who had saved them once already. "We know they're here, old man," a sharp, angry voice said to Glaus. "So just make it easier on yourselves and take me to them." "Please," Father Glaus implored Drop, the Ascendancy officer. "I don't know who you are talking about. There is no one here. Let us worship in peace." "Already going to try my patience," Drop replied. "Fine then. We can always start taking it out on your people until you comply." "For Omnis's sake," Glaus repeated in exasperation. "Please don't do this. If we knew of Outlanders on planet, we would have informed you." "More lies," Drop said impatiently. "And I don't answer to imaginary creatures." He then turned to the other 8 soldiers who were with him, but 2 in particular. "Crag, Nail, turn this place inside out. Find them." "Aye," the 2 other officers of the group replied, and took off with the other soldiers in 2 groups toward the eastern and western wings. The female officer took her group into the eastern wing, while the male officer took his into the western wing. Glaus stood by watching in anger, knowing he could do nothing to stop it. "We just need to bear it a little longer," he thought, as he stared down the cold Ascendancy officer. Drop then began to walk the perimeter of the sanctuary, examining the various pieces of art with a look of disdain. "You better hope we don't find them, old man," Drop started again as Glaus followed him around the temple. "If I had things my way, we would have blown your miserable rock away ages ago. But all I need to sway the minds of my superiors is any evidence of your treachery, and you can say goodbye to this precious temple of yours." "I'm well aware," Glaus replied through clenched teeth, "which is why we would have come to you if there was anything out of the ordinary going on." A while later, and the other soldiers emerged once more from the eastern and western wings. "We didn't find anything, sir," the female officer reported. "Neither did we," said the male officer. "Very well," Drop turned back to Glaus. "If this is how you want it to be, we will do this the hard way." He then addressed his comrades again. "Go out into the city. Each of you arrest a citizen and take them back to the ship. We cannot get who we came here for. We will take them back to Evroth with us." "No!" Glaus cried, but it was useless. The soldiers too happily carried out their orders, bursting out into the city square from the temple and grabbing whoever they saw. The citizens were immediately in a panic, and they all began to try and flee. But not all were successful, and the soldiers came away with 3 elderly men, 4 women, and a younger boy, all of them frightened out of their wits. "Load them into the grav cars, and let's go," Drop said to the soldiers, then once more said to Klaus, "Perhaps next time you will comply." "Please do not do this," Klaus pleaded with the Ascendancy commander. "I can't give you what you're looking for." "Until you can," Drop replied. "These people will be our guests back on the homeworld. Pray to your deity that we don't come back and do worse." He walked away from the Fodor back to the grav car, and the Ascendancy soldiers took off for the hangar. Fear and hysteria gripped the city. "What have I done?" Klaus thought. Klaus hurried through the crypts and found Aezic, Vala, and Clarence, then relayed to them what had happened. Aezic was surprised. "I don't get it. Why didn't you just give us up?" "It was too late for that the moment I brought you here," Photoglass said. "Like I told you," Solder Clarence added. "If they knew Outlanders were at the temple, our entire world might be in danger." "You're insane. Why would you put your people at risk for us?" Aezic asked, almost upset at the Fodor for making such a disastrous decision. "We could have gone anywhere else on this planet. Why bring us here?" "Because," Klaus began, as though he wasn't satisfied with the answer he was about to give, "you needed to learn about Omnis." "You let your people get taken," Aezic said, "so that you could try to sell me your religion? What is wrong with you people?" "It is the will of Omnis," Klaus said more boldly. "It is time for us to be freed from our shackles, or else the Ascendancy will eventually destroy us. And I believe you are the one who has been sent to help us." "This is all nonsense," Aezic replied, "and you certainly do need some help. This was bound to happen eventually with your fear of weapons. Do you even have a military?" "No, but we're leaving," Aezic cut Klaus off. "So you need to figure out how to convince that Drop character that we were never at the temple, just because our ship was docked in the city." "He seemed so certain you were here," Klaus answered, "but he never mentioned the ship at the hangar." "We need to get to the hangar and make sure everyone's okay," Zario said to Filini and Usion, after seeing the squad of Ascendancy soldiers speed down the street toward the Temple of Omnis. "How are we going to get there without grav bikes or cash?" Filini asked. "We'll just have to borrow some bikes from the good citizens of Kastia," Zario replied. "Well, all right," Filini answered. The 3 left the Kastian diner, and Filini found 3 grav bikes parked nearby that he thought were suitable to hack, then took control of them. He, Zario, and Usion were quickly on their way to the ship and the rest of their crew. Speeding through the well-structured city, startling everyone they passed, the mercenaries arrived shortly at the hangar. Once they got there, they all stopped and stared. "I can't believe it," Zario said. "They left without us." Back in the city center, outside the Temple of Omnis, the citizens were in a wild panic, imploring the devotees to save them. Aezic was growing exasperated because of these people he considered so foolish, and because they've now made him an unwilling participant in their people's demise. Since they were leaving soon anyway, the Fodor complied with Aezic and gave back the crew's weapons, and so Aezic figured he would go find the crew now, too. Aezic was short with his goodbyes, but Vala thanked the devotees for everything. "Remember what we talked about," Solder Clarence said to her as they left. "I will," Vala replied. She and Aezic began leaving for the Kastian diner, but before making it off the porch of the temple, they saw Zario, Filini, and Usion heading towards them. "Lucky you didn't come back earlier," Aezic said as they approached. "No, we saw everything," Zario answered. "We noticed those mirrors on their way here from the diner, and then saw them load up some prisoners at the hangar. But we have some more bad news. The others took the ship to go look for Hawk. They're gone." "You're kidding, right?" Aezic couldn't believe how much was going wrong. "I wish I was," Zario replied. Maybe that's why Drop didn't mention a ship, Aezic then thought. They actually might have saved themselves. But then how could the Ascendancy possibly know anyone was here, and for that matter, at the temple? The question remained looming in everyone's mind, especially now. So I don't get it, Zario began again. Did the Ascendancy come for us, or for those prisoners they had at the hangar? Those were not prisoners, Glass answered. They were innocent citizens, taken because we would not give you up. That's crazy, Zario said in return. Why wouldn't the citizens tell them we were here? Perhaps because they didn't want to be the cause of your suffering, Glass replied. You mean because they're afraid of us too? I would be much more concerned about the Ascendancy than us, Aezic interjected. That may be part of it, Glass started again. But perhaps it is just not in our nature to directly harm another innocent person, including by handing them over to an enemy. Aezic shook his head. Like I said, nonsense. A new rotation began on Ravina, but from local space, one could only go by a clock to know what time it was on planet. Master Sergeant Maloon of the Free World Alliance was able to get a little bit of rest before returning to her station on the bridge. She was greeted by her superior when she arrived. Maloon, I hope you're well rested, Sergeant Major Ty Robin said to her. Of course, Commander, Maloon replied. Do you need me for something? Yes, Robin started. I haven't received an update from Sergeant Rees in quite some time now, which you know is unlike her. I need you to take Dodds and make sure she is alright. I'll send you her probable coordinates and keep you updated on them. And once you reach her, assess the situation, and if she is still with Lieutenant Zin, make sure you don't blow her cover. Do not be seen. Of course, sir, Maloon said. We will leave immediately. She then went to find her subordinate, who was in the spacer's quarters along with the others. Corporal, she said to him as she entered the room. Let's go. We have work to do. Tice, you're all receiving orders directly from the Sergeant Major now. Don't screw around. Aye, sir, answered Corporal Dodds, and followed her off to prepare their fighters. After Maloon left the bridge, Ravim sent the rest of the crew out. I need to contact command, he said. Now alone, he opened communications, and soon a gruff voice came from the other side. What do you want? I have some bad news for you, Ravim replied, with a hint of amusement. Aezic and the rest of the crew were now stranded on Kastia for the time being, but chose not to remain at the temple, thinking it best to lay low until they could find another ship, despite Glass's insistence that he could help them with their predicament. Aezic wondered how the others managed to get grav bikes, but they told him they were borrowed, then quietly returned them to the Kastian diner from where they took them. If we're leaving the city, let's get some more of those mushrooms first, Lucian said, wisely thinking of their next meal. Sure, Aezic replied. It's on the way out anyway. He thought of the woman he had met there the other rotation, and was hoping he would get to see her again. They made their way on foot out of the city toward the Kastian mushroom grove, but when they got there, Aezic noticed the workers were much less active now than they were last rotation. Looking closer, he saw there was something going on in the rocky enclosure used as a preparation and sales station. When they drew near, Aezic noticed that several of the workers were inside the enclosure, consoling someone. It was the young woman Aezic had met the other rotation. When the crew got to the enclosure, the workers looked up and then were startled to see who it was, but they seemed to almost shield the woman from them. Go away, one of the men said, still frightened by the Outlanders. We don't want any more business from you. What's going on here? Aezic asked. It's not your concern, the same man replied. Now leave us alone. But before they could do so, the young woman spoke up in a trembling voice. They took him because of you. Because you savages have to bring your war with you everywhere you go. Now he's gone. She began to weep once more. Who do you mean? Aezic inquired. Her father, the man answered Aezic again. One of the owners of this grove. He was one of the ones taken by Drop because of you. It's your people that brought us here, Aezic started to respond impatiently. And it's your people who refused to defend yourselves. Don't blame us if the Ascendancy is finally ready to put you away. The young woman looked at Aezic quite angrily. The crew then left, and Aezic felt a little bad, but was sticking to what he said. The Kastians had this coming the way they act. Maybe they should have trusted less in an imaginary person, he thought. He then thought of the young woman again, and sighed. So does that mean that it's up to us to save these people? Everyone was rather tired from the events over the past few Kastian rotations, but they now had no real place to rest. But whether indoors or outdoors on Kastia, there wasn't much difference other than level of comfort, and so the crew nevertheless found somewhere to relax for a rotation and consider how they were going to get off the planet. So there's no chance they're coming back then? Aezic asked Zario. Yeah, maybe after they find Hawk, Zario replied. But there's obviously little chance of that happening, so don't count on those fools. I know we need to get going, Vala began, but I am really worried about these people, and I have a feeling we're the only ones who can help them. I think we should go back to the temple. Not having any transport, the group was as of yet still close to the capital city. Vala, Aezic responded, don't take this the wrong way, but you've had an odd relationship with that temple since we got here, so don't blame me if I'm not totally buying your motives for returning. The comment quieted Vala. I have to admit, Filini now chimed in, I feel kind of bad too. They did stick their necks out for us after all, and didn't give us up either. Maybe Vala is right. Zario looked to Usion for his feelings on the matter, then addressed Aezic. Well, I think it's up to you, Zin. What are we going to do? For now, Aezic replied, we're going to get some rest. And with that, the conversation was at an end. It is unthinkable that you would allow things to go so far, a very stern voice said to Father Klaus. Have you no intelligence at all, or was your desire to sentence to death not only our order, but also our religion and our world? Speak. Father Klaus wore a sorrowful expression, and hated the admonishment of his superior, Abo Avila, whose study he now occupied, along with Father Blem, Sauter Clarens, and another robe-clad woman. But Klaus still remained convicted for his reasons for the way he acted. I'm sorry, Abo, but I must do, if this is about what we've discussed in private. Abo Avila cut Klaus off. Then you have taken things too far now, Fodor, and I am suspending you from all your duties. But Abo, Klaus began again. Drop may be returning soon. I need to... Again the Abo cut Klaus off. You don't need to do anything. I will handle the Ascendancy's henchmen, and I will allow Father Blem to find some suitable tasks for you to do while you serve your suspension. And just hope I don't turn you over to Drop. Blem's expression didn't reveal his feelings on the matter, but Klaus knew he would enjoy telling him what to do. Abu Abila, please, Sauter Clarens now said. You haven't met these Outlanders. I cannot help but agree with Father Klaus. What if one of them is the chosen one? That is enough, Sauter, the other woman in the room shouted at Clarens. You are just as at fault here. I heard you were teaching the Outlander woman about Omnis. You know that is forbidden, and yet would now talk back to the Abo? I have half a mind to expel you entirely. I'm sorry, Mater, Clarens replied, then bowed her head. Both of you, the Abo began again. Return to your quarters and await your next instruction. Klaus and Clarens both gave the respectful bow of the Kastians, and solemnly left the Abo's study. What are we going to do then? The woman called Mater asked the Abo. I believe I can still mend things with Drop, the Abo replied, as long as we can stop these two troublemakers from doing anything else foolish. A new rotation had begun on Kastia, yet the people of Omnis were still in a fright, and wondered when the Ascendancy would show up again. The city center was still a mess, and many shops remained closed. Most citizens did not want to come out of their homes. Abu Abila sat in silence in a private sanctuary, contemplating what was about to happen. We've lasted all these centuries, he thought, speaking silently to Omnis. And now, because of one fool, it may all come crashing down in an instant. Surely this can't be what you had in mind for your people, to be so destroyed and humiliated by those who have oppressed us for so long. Show me what I must do to stop this. Abila sat there a while longer, getting no clear answer. Then, sighing, he eventually made his way back to his study, which overlooked the city center of Omnis from high above. He'd only just begun to work on something when he heard shouts from outside. Looking out to the square, he saw the two armored grav cars that had just sped up to the porch of the temple. Drop then appeared from atop one of them. "Come out, old man," he shouted. "Time to try this again." Aezic and the crew sat around near the side of the road early the next rotation, still trying to figure out what the best course of action would be, now that they didn't have a ship or any money. "If anything," Zario said, "I think we're going to need that old guy's help again if we're going to find a way off Kastia, unless we can somehow scrape up enough of their currency to get passage for all of us somewhere else, but I doubt they're going anywhere friendly." Aezic had grown tired of Kastia and their practices, but was starting to agree that they just needed to accept that they had to ask once more for the floater's help if they wanted to leave. Just as Aezic was about to make up his mind, a grav car came flying up to them and stopped abruptly. When the cover opened, they saw inside the young woman from the mushroom grove. "It's you," was all Aezic could think to say. "Please," she started in a hurry, "you must come with me. Drop has come back. He has the prisoners, my father, and he is looking for more. You must help them. You must get my father back, please." Aezic didn't know what to say, but replied with, "Why would you want the help of a savage like me?" The young woman looked down. "Please, you're the only one who can get him back." Aezic stared at the woman. He didn't understand these people, and much less did he understand her. But there was something about her that made it hard for Aezic to tell her no. "Fine," he eventually said. "We'll help you." "Yes!" Wuzian gave a roar of excitement. Beyond Lumina, Episode 10, The Rescue. "Officer Drop," said Abu Abila, who had now come out to the temple porch to greet the Ascendancy soldiers. This time it was only Drop and his two other officers that accompanied him. "I'm glad you've returned. I would like to clear up this misunderstanding." "No, there is no misunderstanding, great Abu," Drop mocked Abila. "You refuse to hand over the Outlanders, and until you do, we will continue to hold more and more of your citizens. And be certain that I mean to fulfill the wishes of my superiors, who are not pleased with the way things are progressing here. Bear that in mind as you choose your next words." "Of course," Abu Abila answered. "I would like to apologize for my confrere's actions. The fact is that he did bring Outlanders to Kastia, and seems to have lied about it to escape any punishment. But as far as them being in the temple, I'm afraid I know nothing about that, and have had the entire temple searched to be sure, and would invite you to do the same to your desire. If you are looking for the Outlanders, they may still be on world, but I've made sure they are not here." "Then it seems you have some fugitives on the loose you must find," Drop replied, "and until you do, we will hold on to our prisoners, to ensure that you are doing everything you can to assist in the search. And where is Photoglaus?" "He is in his quarters, awaiting further instruction for transgressing our laws and his vows," said Abila. "Good," Drop started. "Crag, Go find the old man and bring him to me. Aye, sir, said his male subordinate, who then entered the temple. Perhaps we will release the others when you bring the Outlanders to us, but the Fodor is coming back to Evroth with us. Aezic and the crew returned to Omnis in the grav car of the young woman from the Mushroom Grove, who was named Rini. Aezic decided they would help get the Kastian citizens back, among which was Rini's father. He was just having a problem coming up with how they were going to do that. I'm just not sure, Aezic started saying to the group as they started the short trip to Omnis, how we're going to do this without dooming your world to the Ascendancy's retaliation. No matter how successful we are now, they'll know that Kastia betrayed them and you'll be destroyed. It doesn't matter how much we try to make it look like an outside attack, they'll obviously tie it to us and the Kastians. Perhaps we try to make it obvious to them that they weren't involved, Villainy suggested. How do we do that? Aezic asked. They're here for me, and surely they know what I look like. As soon as they see me, or any of you for that matter, they'll know exactly what's going on, and anything we do in Kastian space will obviously draw them here. But they don't know me, Wallace spoke up. What if we could take the ship and get them to think I was the culprit and it was totally unrelated? Who would be crazy enough to hijack an Ascendancy ship? Aezic asked. And why would they do it? Us, Zario answered. That was a lot different, Aezic replied. Wait, you've hijacked an Ascendancy ship? Vala asked, surprised. Is that how you got away from them at the asteroid near Ravina? Yeah, Aezic said once more. But like I said, that was much different. We didn't need to convince them we were someone else with other motives. Well, Zario started again. It's not unheard of for space pirates to take smaller Ascendancy vessels looking for loot or ransom, and the Ascendancy doesn't care enough to pay them. But this is a military ship, and it's certainly not small. But you're saying it's possible? Vala asked. We just need to convince them, once we're away from Kastia, that we are pirates who want them to pay for the return of their crew. Perhaps we even tell them we want the ship. It's a long shot, answered Zario once more, but it may be the only shot we have. Okay, Aezic said now. Then the first question is, if we are going to hijack the ship without being tied to the Kastians, how do we get on board without being noticed? Leave that to me, Rini replied. I can get the soldiers' attention to let you have a chance to board. Are you sure? Aezic asked her. It could be dangerous. Who knows what they'll do, especially if they find out you were playing them. I'm sure, Rini said again. It's the only way to free my father. I will do what I need to. It's going to be hard enough for one of us to sneak on board, Zario said to his subordinates, Phility and Usion. Why don't you guys stay here, keep an eye on things? We should be able to handle this ourselves. You seem pretty sure about that, Aezic responded. Of course, Zario answered. We make a great team. He then stuck out his arm, holding a thumb in the air. What are you doing? Aezic asked him. Oh, it's just a gesture from Dasein. Seemed appropriate for the situation, Zario replied. Alright, well, then let's get to the hangar, Aezic instructed. The trip there in the grav car didn't take very long, and the group snuck into the hangar through the side entrance, where they could scope out the situation from above on a walkway. There were 4 guards waiting around the Ascendancy ship, a modestly sized frigate, Aezic assumed for transporting the grav cars that Drop was using. But just like at the Asteroid Outpost, the sentries weren't too concerning. I'm sure I can draw them away. I will tell them I've spotted you, Rini said. Okay, Aezic answered. Villainy, Usion, just keep your eyes on the situation. Make sure she's alright. Not a problem, boss, Usion affirmed. And here, Aezic began to reach to his belt as Usion's eyes lit up. Take one of the concentrated plasma blades. You might need it if things go bad. Usion took the blade and held it as though it were a newborn child. I won't forget this, he said, nearly in tears. Aezic also gave one to Zario and offered one to Philony, who politely refused, and so he gave it to Vala. I'm not really one for swordplay, Philony said, but here, this will help you get on the ship. He then handed Zario a small device. Good thinking, thanks, Zario replied. The device was known as a cloaking device,
which could create a small field that would distort the light around it, effectively hiding the one holding it. It had a small range on it that could be slightly increased, enough for 3 people huddled near one another to easily hide together. And how exactly did you come across a cloaking device? Aezic asked them suspiciously, since cloaking devices were outlawed in all the major powers, and so certainly didn't exist openly in any other worlds either. It's a long story, Zario answered. Aezic stared at him. But it's a good one, Zario went on. I'll tell you sometime. Fine, Aezic said, then turned to Filony. Do you have another one for you to use? What, another cloaking device? Filony asked. Those things don't grow on trees, you know. Fine, he replied. Just be careful and watch Rini's back. Finally, Aezic, Zario, and Vala made themselves look like pirates as much as possible, rugged and filthy, for when they eventually would reveal themselves and take the ship. We should also probably come up with some pirate names, and one for our pirate crew, Zario said. You know, to really sell the act. I was thinking we could call Vala Madam Fireblade, now that we're decked out in concentrated plasma blades, and we're the Fireblade Pirates. What do you think? I think your mind goes to strange places, Aezic replied, but it's apparently good at this kind of work. I agree we should do what we can to sell the act, and we don't have time to debate pirate names, so that will just have to do. We all need to figure out how to make it work on the fly, because we need to do this now before the rest of the crew comes back to the ship. Let's go. Good luck. Omnis go with you, Reedy said to them as they departed. Thanks, Aezic replied, but scoffed a little on the inside. Omnis clearly hasn't helped much to this point, he thought. Aezic, Vala, and Zario quietly made their way down to where the Ascendancy ship was docked and hid nearby. There were enough containers and other large objects lying around that it wasn't very difficult. Looking up, they still maintained a line of sight with Filony, Usion, and Rini up above, who were prepared to draw the ship's guards away when the others were ready. Aezic and Vala got close to Zario, then Aezic signaled to the others, and Zario turned the cloaking device on. The 3 were instantly hidden from sight. Help! Rini screamed. Someone help! The Outlanders are here! The Ascendancy soldiers guarding the ship looked up, startled by the cries of the woman from nearby. What should we do? Said one of them. She said it was the Outlanders, another responded. Maybe we should go check it out. No way, replied a third. We're supposed to stand guard. I don't want to get in trouble with Drop. What, you don't think you'd be in trouble for letting the Outlanders escape? Help! This way! They're escaping! They heard Rini shout again. Good point, the third soldier said again. Let's go get them. The 4 soldiers ran off toward where Rini was, brandishing their weapons. Let's move, Aezic said from behind the cloaking device's mirage. He, Zario, and Vala quickly made their way to the now abandoned Ascendancy ship. They would need to keep a good distance from anyone if they were to remain hidden within the field. They made their way aboard without a problem. Luckily, Aezic was familiar enough with all the Ascendancy's military vessels to find a suitable hiding place for them to wait until an opportune time to take over the ship. The group knew they would have to wait until they were out of Kastian space entirely before acting, and also before freeing the prisoners. Vala was quite nervous about the situation, but was a little relieved by how calm Aezic and Zario seemed to be. She was correct about Aezic, who wasn't concerned about this squad of Ascendancy soldiers, nor was he a stranger to potentially deadly situations. Zario was less confident, but was at this point well accustomed to overcoming his fears with the thought that things will be what they'll be despite how he feels, and that he was going to die sometime anyway, so he might as well not get too hung up on living. We will return in 2 rotations, Drop the Ascendancy officer said to Abu Avila, after we take the Fodor here back to Everall. Command wants to see him immediately. When we do come back, you better have the Outlanders for us. You don't want to know what will happen if you don't. Yes, of course, Avila replied amicably. We will do everything we can to locate them, but I'm just not sure if 2 rotations will be enough. Make it enough, Drop said again, then turned. Come on, back to the ship. His subordinates followed him back to the grav cars, and they made for their frigate at the hangar. And you,
Dropna said to Klaus with a wry smile. Don't want to know what is going to happen to you once we reach the homeworld. Photoglass was almost in shock at what was happening. He was quite a simple man, and as his appearance suggested, was a bit advanced in years. He had never done anything adventurous or really very interesting in his life, apart from rescuing Aezic and the others, and he would have never done that if it weren't for the persistence of the voice, urging him to act because the appointed time had come. Or am I just delusional, as the Abo and everyone else believes? He wondered to himself. Why would Omis come to me, of all people, with such an important task? I've already proven I can't carry it out. Reality felt surreal to him now, as he figured he was heading to his death on the Ascendancy's capital world of Evroth. Only once they've tortured me sufficiently, his anxious mind added. The grav cars quickly took them from the temple to the hangar, and after clamping the grav cars to the frigate, began to board the ship. Sir, one of the soldiers standing guard at the ship began as Drop and the others approached. We had an incident earlier. A woman was shouting that the Outlanders were here at the hangar, but when we went looking for them, we couldn't find them or the woman who was shouting. We asked some of the hangar workers, but none of them saw who it was or where they went. You're telling me the Outlanders were here and you let them escape? Drop asked angrily. Why must I continually deal with incompetence? Get on board immediately. We are taking the old man back to command, and then returning. Let the locals worry about finding them before we come back. The soldiers all boarded the Ascendancy frigate. Then Crag, Drop's right-hand man, followed them with Photoglass walking bound beside him. And finally Drop himself and his other subordinate Nail boarded. Glass was taken to the other prisoners, who were glad to have a Photor with them for their spiritual needs, yet sad to see he was also taken prisoner. Aezic and the others also noticed Klaus taken past them into the prisoner's room, and looked at one another, knowing it was time for them to repay his favor to them. Even Aezic felt that way, whether he was happy about their current predicament or not. The three escaped sight when everyone boarded, and the crew was now mostly on the bridge, as they began to take off. Based on where he thought Kastian and Evroth to currently be in their cycles, he figured they had a bit of time to spare before they were safely away from Kastian, and could at least try to fool the crew into thinking they've been boarded by pirates. What is this place? Smells strange, Kastian asked Rini, using his illuminator to scour what seemed to be a deep tunnel that stretched and branched in countless directions. These are the tombs, Rini started to walk off in one of the directions. It is where all of our ancestors who have passed on are kept. Wait, Villainy interjected, as he and Kastian followed her. You're saying there are dead bodies throughout this cave? Well, it's not exactly a cave, Rini said again, but yes. Why would you keep dead bodies? He asked again. That seems very unhealthy. They're kept here where they don't cause harm to those above, but we keep them as a symbol of our belief that they are still with us in some way now, and that we will rise in the end and be united with the one who created all things. Really? Kastian said, very intrigued by these beliefs. Right, Villainy said, very skeptical of them. And what makes you think the Ascendancy won't find us here? They wouldn't come down here, Rini began, because they don't want to be near the dead any more than you do, and also, even if they would think to search down here, they would know they would never find a Kastian in our tombs. They would be labyrinths to any outsiders. I can see that, Kastian declared. But you know your way around, right? Villainy said, now a little concerned he would end up among the corpses in this tunnel. Of course, Rini assured them. It does have some structure to it, once you get to know it, and most people on Kastian spend a good amount of time down here, with their relatives. Villainy tried to remember if he had ever heard anything as crazy as that in his life, but he could not. He decided to change the subject. So what are we going to do now? How do we know when the soldiers are done looking for us? I will go back and check and let you know when it's safe, Rini replied. They won't know it was me that was calling for them. Okay, good idea, Filani said. Just make sure you don't talk to any of them. They might recognize your voice. After a while, Rini led them to a different exit to the tombs that was still near the hangar. Still within the cavern, she stopped. Okay, wait here, and I'll go see if the way is clear. Leaving Filani and Usion, Rini walked nonchalantly toward the hangar, as if she was coming from the tombs and just passing by. She searched around as best she could without being suspicious, sort of afraid that one of the soldiers was going to sneak up behind her at any point. It's okay, she thought. They don't know what you look like. They've never seen you before. She tried to even her breaths and calm her nerves. She then noticed that the Ascendancy ship was gone altogether, and her body relaxed at once. She quickly returned to Filani and Usion and told them they were safe now. Okay, so again, Filani said to Rini. What now? I don't think there's a need for you to wait here at the hangar. But I want to be here when they return. If they return, she answered. Why don't you go back to Omnis, and we'll bring your grav car back here and keep an eye out for anything, Filani suggested. We can get back to you then if the Ascendancy returns, or bring your father and the others back when they get here. Okay, Rini agreed, and the three of them made for the grav car and went back to the capital city. Alright, Aezic whispered. It's time. Remember, we need to incapacitate 3 officers first. They're the only ones likely to recognize us, especially Drop. I'll take care of him. He then handed Zario another small pistol he carried. It was a stun pistol. Don't miss, both of you. Be ready to put on a good show. Zario disengaged the cloaking device, and the crew cautiously made their way out of the room they were hidden in and toward the bridge. They were lucky that they seemed to have a skeleton crew on board, and Aezic figured it might be because it wasn't Drop's normal ship. They didn't encounter anyone wandering the halls and successfully made it up to the bridge. Aezic counted down, then with one swift motion, cut through the bridge door, barreled through it, and dashed with a stun blade drawn toward the commander's chair, currently occupied by Drop. What in? Was all Drop had time to say as he turned halfway around in his chair, then was clobbered by the stun blade, knocking him out cold in one blow. Before they saw what had happened either, Zario had taken down Crag, and Bala had stunned Nail. What? Are you Kastians? One of the other soldiers asked, dumbfounded. Do we look like those religious fools? Aezic said in the gruffest voice he could muster. Then you're the Outlanders we were sent for, the same soldier declared, more frightened now. Ascendancy dog, Bala now screeched in her own harsh tone. Surely you recognize the great Madame Fireblade, captain of the Fireblade Pirates, known and feared throughout the system. She then ignited the concentrated plasma blade Aezic had given her and flourished it as though she was an expert. Who? The soldier replied, now again sort of confused. Don't insult me, Bala screamed, now scaring everyone, including Aezic and Zario for a moment. She then turned to Zario. Scumfoot, give him the binds. Zario stared at her, mildly annoyed, mildly amused, then took the set of binds they had found on the ship over to the soldier who had addressed them. Bala turned to the soldier again. Now tie all your comrades. The soldier reluctantly did so, tying up even the stunned officers, and they gathered near the center of the bridge. Sharptop, go with him and find a suitable place to store them for now. Aye, sir, Aezic answered, then yelled to the soldiers. Get moving. What do you want with us? The soldier worked up the nerve to ask as he was being dragged off. Your ship and everything on it, of course, Bala said. Except for you. Aezic and Zario then took the 6 soldiers and 3 incapacitated officers to the room they had waited in earlier, then took all their weapons and equipment, leaving them with no way to escape the room. Heading back the way they knew the prisoners to be, Aezic and Zario turned the final corner and saw the door was now locked and unguarded, as the crew was all on the bridge. Once more cutting through, Aezic knocked in the door to see an astonished group of Kastians, among them Father Glaus, who was sitting near the door, bent over. He looked up at what had happened, then smiled when he saw Aezic and Zario standing in the doorway, and began to laugh.